All right, welcome everybody. All right, this is what episode 350 of the Xbox 2 podcast. We are live on Friday, January 31st, last day of the month until we get into the month of crap ton of games. February is going to be upon us, and it seems like there's a game every single week this month, which is always a good thing. I'm one of your hosts, Randall Thor 19, the man with the million. And joining me, as always, we have Jez Cordon, Windle Central. Hey, Jezzy.
Yo, Rand, Thor 19. Why have you started addressing me as Cordon? Like, I don't know. It kind of reminds me of Corleone.
I don't know. It's just it's like
gangster.
It's like how I'd like to do stuff.
You're just whacking it right in there.
Mm-hmm.
You don't play by any rules, do you, Rand?
I play by my own rules.
Yeah.
Jez Cordon Bleu, as Soul says in the chat.
Cordon Bleu. I love that. I love that, man. It's delicious with some French fries. Delicious.
So what's up? It's been a week.
What's up?
It's been a week.
What's up?
Right?
It's been a whole week, yeah. Well, it hasn't been a full week because we did Xbox 2 Ultimate on Tuesday.
Well, we did.
That was cool.
That was fun. We had a good time with everybody. Xbox 2 Ultimate, but I'm saying like we did the show a week ago, and Xbox was alive and well, thriving. Some would say, and a little less than 7 days later, Xbox is dead again. It's Schrodinger's Xbox. 1 week, it's up.
Yeah.
Next week, it's down. People are smashing their Xboxes, using images taken 5 years ago to try to pass them off as new, to make it seem like I'm mad. Here's my smashed Xbox to prove it.
Smashed Xbox,
even though Google reverse image search is a thing, or making ridiculous AI images to show how pissed off they are about it.
Yeah,
like, I'm so angry. Here's this AI image of an Xbox console being smashed. Like, we couldn't see through it. It's just like, wait a minute, that's the weirdest looking Xbox I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that other smashed
Xbox from
Xbox.
Wish.
I've seen that before. Where is that from? Oh yeah, so you actually didn't do it. It almost makes it seem like they're bot accounts or somebody's like sock accounts or something, trying to push an agenda, perhaps about angry Xbox fans. Indeed.
Well, what you gonna do? I got a couple of DMs with pictures saying I've smashed my Xbox. I don't know if they were real or not, but it's like, if you're really that mad, like, shouldn't you donate the Xbox to a hospital or something like that? Let little kids play it. Like, it's just the Xbox derangement syndrome to smash your Xbox because some people get to play a game. Yeah, it's well to me. But yeah, whereas Schrodinger's Xboxes, Hunters in chat calls it, and Jen's hilarious meme from last week.
Yes.
One moment Xbox is alive, the next moment it's dead. It's dead and alive in simultaneous.
Yes.
A quantum superposition, alive and dead at the same time.
Yeah. So it only forms the position when an outside observer observes what its current state is.
Indeed. Well, I'm happy to report, Rand, that my Xbox works pretty well. I turned it on earlier and it booted up. So I've quantumly observed it's still alive, at least for now.
For now.
Hey ho, that's all fun and games in the Xboxosphere. How was your week? How was your week, buddy?
Week was all right. It was interesting. I started playing Avowed this week, which that's about all I can say. Is that thanks to Xbox and Obsidian and Avowed, the game.
Sweet.
I got early access to the first Xbox release of the year. Comes out early access on the 13th and regular access on the 18th, but embargo for the reviews is like the 13th at, I want to say 7 a.m. my time, so like 8 a.m. Eastern time, right around there. Obviously, like, I'll have to look at the email again, but look for my thoughts on Avowed on the 13th of next month. So, 2 weeks to play it. That's a decent amount of time.
Decent gap.
Because we only had about a week to play Indiana Jones.
Some confidence in this game, then I would say, if they are sort of giving the codes out relatively early, and also there's a decent gap between reviews dropping in the game actually becoming available, right? I think that's potentially a good sign, right? I
Yeah.
haven't played it myself.
I
I
mean,
don't have access to it. Just to clarify, I'm not under any
I mean,
embargo. Or
I
anything.
remember when we got Starfield, it was like 2 weeks as well.
Mhm.
So this is an RPG. So maybe they're just like people need more time than just a single week. Because
Yeah.
I remember getting to Indiana Jones, and I'm like, I got like 6 days to beat this game and then make a video. And luckily, I think I beat the game. I pretty much like no life that game.
Hmm.
I was playing like Indiana Jones like 8 hours a day, and I think I finished it in 4 days, like around that, maybe 5 days. So I had extra, like basically 2 days buffer. But with this one, it's like 2 weeks. It's like all right, I don't have to like kill myself trying to complete it. But yeah,
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll be there on launch day. Maybe.
Yes, you will.
Although actually, I don't know if I will be because maybe Monster Hunter World codes come in by then. I don't know.
Monster Wild, yeah, Monster Hunter Wild. You're that's your game of the year. I mean, we
Yep.
all know
Or
it's
you,
going to be
yeah.
your game of the year. We all know that's basically the only thing you're going to be playing.
Sure is. I mean, this is how excited I am for Wilds. I am not gonna play season 2 of World of Warcraft: The War Within because of Monster Hunter Wilds. That's how you know it's serious, bro.
Yeah, and
Serious,
it's funny
bro.
because like you told me, hey, I uploaded Final Fantasy VII footage to the OneDrive, because I really obviously I can't show any footage of Avowed, and I completed my journey of Persona, or not Persona, Metaphor, and I was like, I didn't really take any footage of that, so I was like, well, I'm gonna need something, so I went to download your Final Fantasy stuff because I thought it was Rebirth, but it was just regular old ass Final Fantasy VII from like 1996 or whatever year it came out, and I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm not downloading this.
What? Why
Yeah,
not?
ain't nobody gonna care about no Final Fantasy VII stuff. So,
Oh, come on.
yeah, no. So, I was like, all right, well, here's
Well,
here's some
well,
Warhammer 40k Darktide. So,
well, dude, I didn't. And look, I didn't want to put Rebirth in there because I thought people will want to be, seeing it for themselves.
maybe,
No.
but I think nobody cares about regular Final Fantasy. So,
Mm.
regular Final Fantasy VII. So Warhammer 40k Darktide it is. But anyways, other than that, it's kind of been rainy here in Chicago. The last 2 days has been extremely overcast with a lot of rain. So, at least it's been warm, because the week before it was pretty cold here. So now we're in like the 40s, low 50s, high 30s, and it's like, all right, that's fine, because considering like last week it was like 5 degrees, and at night it was like negative 5 degrees. So it was like, it was chilly. But, and then you know what? I'm looking forward to tomorrow because we got the Royal Rumble. I always love the Rumble. I don't. There's something about that event that is like, even when I wasn't really watching or even following at WWE, I would always watch the Rumble because you never know what's gonna happen. You never know who's gonna come back. So I'll be watching that tomorrow. They're actually pretty close. I mean, they're in Indianapolis, which isn't that far away from Chicago. And I know you're gonna watch it, but are you gonna watch it when it airs, or are you gonna wake up the next day and check it out? Because I think it airs
no,
here 5 p.m.
it'll-
my time, so I think it starts at 11 p.m. your time.
Yeah, I'll be watching it the next day. It'll be too late for me. It's just standard, It's always the way in the UK where everyone watches it the next day because of how late it is on, and you have to sort of avoid social media if you don't want spoilers and stuff like that. But it's just the way it is, But yeah, I'm looking forward to the Rumble. Have you got a pick to win, the men's and the women's?
Yeah. I mean, American Fury is asking who's your picks. I saw someone else ask us who we thought was gonna win. Shadow Blade says, Rand Jez, who you guys want to win the Rumble and what surprise wrestlers would you like to see? I mean, surprise wrestlers, I don't know. I don't really have a preference for like surprise wrestlers. I just remember watching one year. I remember when Diesel came back. I thought that was super cool. So whatever they do, I mean, they got so many people in this one. It's kind of difficult to pick who's gonna win. They got like Roman Reigns and CM Punk and LA Knight and Drew McIntyre, Seth Rollins, Sami Zayn. I'll just go with CM Punk.
Yeah, I'll
go with that. And as for the women,
CM Punk's my pick.
For the women, I'll go with Bianca.
Exactly the same. Bianca Belair and CM Punk.
Hopefully, in the women's one, AJ Lee makes a return. So we'll see.
Wasn't there like Charlotte Flair as well?
Yeah, she's making a return, but I really don't want her to win. Like, come back to the Rumble and then immediately win the Rumble in your first thing back. I mean, she's gonna be in a WrestleMania match probably against Tiffy, but I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
So I'm super excited to watch that tomorrow. I love the Rumble. But yeah, other than that, we do have our wonderful Patreons who support us on patreon.com/XB2. And we have to give them some shout outs here. Jez, you didn't have the new shout out list. So I guess I'll read last week's. I think new people joined, so I don't know. Can you grab that really quick? Because in the meantime,
read some super chats while you do that.
Yeah, in the meantime, like Jez mentioned, we did Xbox 2 Ultimate on Tuesday. So for anybody that's interested, that is up. Those are exclusive to Patreon. They don't go up live elsewhere. Xbox 2+1 does. But this was just me and Jez just chatting, just chilling, talking about stuff. So if you want to listen to that, you can. The question and answer thread is available. And for episode 350, we will be answering any and all questions at the end of the show, as we usually do. And yeah, let me get to a couple of these super chats first. Let me see here. We got the wonderful Luke, aka Xbox Expansion Pass, Mr. Insipid Ghost, with the $2 says, just supporting you guys. Thanks for being awesome. And thank you for being awesome, Luke. We got Alex with the $4.99 says, where's my webcam waiting since you guys start the show since episode 1, Beans and Toast Gang? Yeah. I mean, my plan is to sometime get to that this year. I know it's been a while, but it's more about my there's some things I need to fix before the camera stuff goes on, and then the camera stuff will just be permanent. So whenever I get to that level of things I need to do, then it'll happen, and it won't be something that I'll announce. It'll just happen one week.
You've got to rearrange furniture and shit, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of things I need to redo and do and stuff. There's a lot. Lydia with the $2. Did Snowbike Mike really go all Tim Dog? I don't know. I love me some Snowbike Mike. I did see a podcast from Kind of Funny the other day about that said Mike's beef with Xbox. I don't know what his beef is. If anybody in chat knows or is listening to it, because I think they're doing an XCast today, or like a reunion XCast today. So I love Mike. I've talked to Mike. It was funny. I don't know if I told the story here, but last year at during the Xbox showcase in the summer, I think it was like the day before. It was like it was Saturday. Maybe it was Friday. It was Friday night. I remember I called Cognito. And I was talking to him, and he was telling me about everything that was going on out in LA in June, and how they were all hanging out at in the lounge of the Hilton or Marriott or whatever the hell is out there where everybody stays. And I was just talking about some stuff, and then all of a sudden I hear Cog say, "Really? Okay." And then all of a sudden Mike gets on the phone, and then Mike starts yelling at me. For not coming out there because I kind of said I wanted to and I didn't. So Mike's just on the phone where are you, Rand? What are you doing? Come on, we all love you. Why aren't you here? It was pretty funny, and it was cool to talk to Mike. And he's invited us to do Xbox or to do the XCast when they were still doing it a couple times, which was always super cool. And we need to get him on Xbox 2+1, but I do not know. I don't know what his beef is with the Xbox. I'm sure plenty of people have a beef with Xbox at this point in time.
Yeah, there's a lot of beef flying around. It's a verifiable beef slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
What do you call those?
It depends. Like each person is
abattoir.
Yeah.
It's an abattoir. There's a lot of beef.
You know, each person's gonna be
beefing.
They're gonna react to all this stuff in different ways. Some people don't care at all. Some people care, but know they can't do anything about it. So it's not worth getting upset about. Some people are worried about aspects of the future, especially if you're an Xbox console gamer. You're worried like, okay, yeah, we know you're doing hardware. But then, I don't know. See, that's some of the thing is like, is when people discuss Xbox hardware as like, when it's weird because I sort of feel like sometimes when these discussions happen, there'll be people online kind of gaslighting others about why people are concerned about the future of Xbox hardware.
Yeah, there's a lot of gaslighting.
It's like my concern, and I've repeated this before. You see, this is like why this whole topic just kind of dominates the discussion because it's brand new. It's never been done before in the industry. A publisher basically that's putting all their games on another device, but still has their own hardware, and it's weird. It's new. Change is always this murky thing, right? Like change is always scary, whether it's this or whether it's in your personal life or anything else. So people react differently. Like people's emotions are all swept up all in this. So when people talk about the hardware and being concerned, some other people will try to gaslight others into thinking like, oh, they're doing hardware. Just listen to the interviews. Like the hardware is coming out. And it's like, yeah, I get it. I've listened to all the interviews and all that stuff. And I understand that hardware is releasing in the future. That's not the concern I or others might share. The concern is like, hey, if people don't adopt the new platform and it sells considerably less than the current one, are third-party developers even going to bother with it? And are we going to see less support? That's the concern I think a lot of fans have with the hardware. Not that Microsoft is going to be like, oh, guess what? There's no more hardware and we're completely done with it. But the fact that, is it going to be supported long-term if it doesn't sell a certain amount, right? And I sort of feel like there's two separate arguments that people are kind of debating when they talk about that. And it's like someone will be like, oh no, they're doing hardware, and it's like, yeah, but that's not the reason I'm concerned about all that stuff. And I guess we'll get into that later when we talk about the Phil stuff. But I have noticed that kind of creep up here about like, you know, all with this stuff with the multi-platform approach and everything. So, yeah. Anyways, we got the wonderful Patreon shoutouts here, the Xbox 2 MVPs. We have D, Big, Fluffy Bunny, Resin Force, I Mike Zero, Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Just James 93, Holy Dark Death, Steve Sompy, 09C Mine, James Wiseau, Trixar for Trey, Laser Wolf, Will Hernandez, Battered Hadark, Army Dude 52C, Ryan Kipple, For an Object, RS Donks, Randall Thor 19, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, Catriox, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duell, Frank Mariano, Sean Kramer, PB Broking, Asa T, and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Pat Rock, The Scarecrow 121, Darren Tropy, Briggs Country, Prof JJJ, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys for supporting the show. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody who's here watching live, who's chatting it up in the chat, or just lurking or listening to this later on Spotify or iTunes. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's actually quite a bit that's happened this week.
There is quite a lot of a lot of news across the industry, but
Yeah.
obviously with
I mean, a
big
lot
one
of
with
Xbox stuff, which we'll get to. We'll start with. I think we'll start small and work our way up. And I will start with a rumor because I actually was talking to this about this with Jez a little bit earlier, and that's TikTok. Because there is apparently Microsoft is in the running to purchase TikTok, and I know a gaming podcast. What does TikTok got to do with anything outside of being like a gaming platform? Among all the other things that TikTok can do, but since Microsoft is potentially in the running to purchase it, I thought it'd be interesting to talk about the applications, is how it would be for Xbox, and maybe to get Game Pass in front of more people, or any of that stuff. I don't know how you feel about this, Jez, about the idea of. I did see Daniel Rubino's tweet about how he wants Microsoft to buy TikTok so they can ruin TikTok, like they ruin other things.
Yeah,
So
well, it's funny because, yeah.
Go ahead. What do you think about that? I don't use TikTok. I don't have an account on TikTok.
Me neither.
I don't think Jez does either.
Nope.
So I've never experienced the algorithm. I just never really wanted to download it myself.
My girlfriend is addicted to TikTok. I
Yeah.
don't think she would deny that. And I think a lot of people are addicted to TikTok's algorithm. It's supposedly very addictive, you know. And it's been cited as an existential threat to variety gaming. You know, the kind of reducing people's attention span so they don't want to play multiple games. They just want to stick to one game, Fortnite or Minecraft, and just skip out on everything else. And it has been blamed by, you know, multiple analysts, and also I believe, was it Sean Layden or Jim Ryan or someone, some like major executive even referred to it in their own opinions about why the younger generations aren't gaming at the same cadence as us old people. And things like TikTok have been blamed, right? So let's assume, I don't think Microsoft will land TikTok, right?
Okay.
I don't think they will, because I don't think it's in their DNA. And I think Satya Nadella said in an interview last year that it was the strangest thing he'd ever worked on. It's just not their wheelhouse. Social is not their wheelhouse. They have LinkedIn, but LinkedIn is very utilitarian, isn't it? It's for a purpose, and that's to like find jobs and network and be quote unquote professional. It's not really a social network in the traditional sense where you just post random bullshit and memes and, you know, that spinning cat thing, which I've seen someone refer to in chat already, the spinning cat meme. That's a pretty good meme. But so it's not really their traditional wheelhouse. So I don't think they'll get it. However, I do think like you, that it would be an interesting play for Microsoft to acquire it and then integrate it somehow with gaming, whether it's cloud, whether it's PC, whether it's sort of like on-ramping TikTok users to Xbox, or, you know, the other way around, integrating Xbox with TikTok, streaming directly from Xbox to TikTok, for example.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff, you know, and also, because don't forget, TikTok also owns CapCut, which is a robust mobile video editing suite, which is much better than Clipchamp, which, by the way, is not on mobile. So they'd also get that video editing suite, which they could also, you know, link up to Microsoft 365, a subscription service or whatever. So I think there are some obvious synergies between TikTok and Microsoft's consumer operations, but it's supposedly valued at around $200 billion.
Yeah, I saw some report today that like Mr. Beast and like the people the billionaires that he's wrangled up have like want to put up a bid of like 20 billion. And I was like, but I remember reading like a Reuters article of like they wanted like 200 billion or something.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you need to come up with some more money in that case.
Dude, TikTok is worth way more than 20 billion. It's the proprietary algorithm.
Musk paid what, 44 billion for Twitter? When he bought it? I mean, come on.
Yeah,
Granted, Twitter I think was a little overvalued at that time, but
yeah, Twitter was well overvalued, but at the same time, it's like, is it overvalued? Because the influence that Twitter is a small platform and not a very profitable business in its own right, but the influence Twitter exudes across everything is potentially going to be value for Musk beyond that 40 billion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And TikTok's a similar sort of thing. It's like the proprietary algorithm that's attached to TikTok is the thing that gives it the value. It's not the content, it's not the influencers, it's the algorithm. Something about that algorithm drives people crazy and and makes people want to spend on products because TikTok's got a shop attached to it as well. There's all kinds of things there. And with companies like Netflix gradually creeping into gaming, like what did they announce recently? WWE 2K25 will be playable via Netflix. I don't know if you saw this, but WWE 2K25 will be, a cloud game directly integrated with Netflix. And obviously Netflix doesn't have a lot of content on its cloud gaming operation today, but Microsoft can completely head off any threats in that space by acquiring TikTok, right? And if the government's going to force someone to buy TikTok, it might as well. I mean, if you're Microsoft and you've got cash sitting around, gathering dust that isn't necessarily gaining any value because of inflation or whatever, then investing it in a company like TikTok might be the play. But I can't see it happening. It will be absurd. It will, like, if them acquiring ABK seemed unlikely, them acquiring TikTok just seems like Jesus. So much. It's got so many more implications there. So I don't know, but stranger things have happened, right? And we live in very strange times. So let's see what happens. It's interesting for Microsoft because Microsoft already powers TikTok's AI features via Azure AI. So like all of TikTok's machine translation features, some of their filters and that kind of thing, all that runs through Azure, right? But the videos are hosted, at least in the United States, the videos are hosted on Oracle Cloud, and Oracle's also been named as an interested party in acquiring TikTok, but Oracle, I don't think, has the sheer capital behind it that Microsoft can potentially raise. So maybe it could be some kind of halfway thing where it's like Microsoft agrees to keep the contract in place with Oracle, and they just own the network to integrate it into other products, and then it's just like, well, hang on a sec. I thought we were supposed to be reducing the power big tech had, and now you want to hand the most influential platform in history to Microsoft, more influential than Facebook with the younger generations,
Yeah.
It's it'd be wild, it'd be crazy to see that happen. But we live in crazy times, so who knows, man?
Yeah, I mean,
what do you think? Do you think Microsoft should buy TikTok?
Well, I mean, the thing is, I think somebody has to, otherwise, they have like a 90-day reprieve whole thing with.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like Biden said he wasn't going to enforce it, and Trump wants to be the savior to kind of like keep it alive, which is funny because he's the one who called for its termination in the first place. But hey, history is written by the victors, is it not? And I just kind of look at it like, okay, we've talked before at length about Xbox and their marketing and how do you grow Game Pass more and all those sort of things. And it's like, do you need to partner with the streaming service? I remember back when like Microsoft was in talk with Netflix and we'd come up with these things like, oh man, Netflix, could you imagine somehow integrating that with Game Pass and then being in 300 million more homes? Like, and it's like, and I know I've even sometimes, I always think like, well, do people even want some of these games? But then a lot of people would say like, my sister or my mom or whoever, they don't want any games, but then they have a device that they take with them, and then suddenly they're all playing Candy Crush or they're all playing these games because they have they have access to this device that they carry around with them, and these games are on there and they can play them. So sometimes it's more about access. Like, yeah, they're not going to go out and buy and invest $600 or $700 in a console and then whatever it would be to buy the stuff. But if it's already on a device that you may already like have, then the barriers start to come down, which is why I think once you can start getting cloud gaming and Game Pass, and maybe in more places like the LG TVs and the smart TVs and the Samsungs and stuff, you could see more penetration. And it's funny because during the Xbox financial call, like even Satya called out cloud gaming for reaching like a record 140 million hours, right? Which is it's steadily improving, partially because there's the ad campaign that they run about this is Xbox, and maybe that opens some people's eyes. But now you're starting to get in more places, and they announced that like stream your own game thing, which, Jez, I don't know if you saw, apparently a new batch of stream your own games just dropped. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I did just see that. I was actually coordinating with my team to make sure we got that covered. So do you want to know the list of the games?
What is the list of new games that you can stream if you own them and are subscribed to Game Pass Ultimate?
If you're on Game Pass Ultimate now, you can stream the following new games in the system: Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero.
Okay.
Which is the
it's like a
sort of Subnautica 2-ish kind of game. Subnautica 1.5, I don't know. Slime Rancher 2, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which is obviously not out yet. And a bunch of others. If I'm looking at the list right now, the ones that I think are new, which I don't remember seeing before, was Exoprimal there before? I don't know. That's weird because Exoprimal's not supported anymore. Hitman's there. I can't remember if Hitman was there before. Hades, High on Life, Insurgency Sandstorm is there, which I'm not sure if it was there before. Kenna Bridge of Spirits is there. Metro Exodus, 2K25 was there. Mortal Kombat 1 was there. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, that's your game of the year for last year.
Only 1.3 million copies apparently all last year, which is disgusting. I am so upset with each and every single one of you who did not buy a copy of this game because you missed out on a masterpiece. Like, I guess I get it if you're not into Metroidvanias. Like, I know a couple people in my personal life that I talk to that don't like Metroidvanias. I get it. But for everybody else,
it's my fault.
I'm looking at you.
It's my fault. I like Metroidvanias and I didn't play it. I literally killed Ubisoft. It's my fault.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's not a huge amount of games, but it's gradually growing. And Steinerkin on Twitter just said, the first of our regular batch of drops into Stream Your Own Game on Cloud. I'm looking forward to seeing how robust the list looks after a year. So
yeah,
if you remember, Rand, I did report that there were going to be semi-regular drops of these. Seems they're coming in once every 6 to 8 weeks, something like that. It's looking like. I think it will ramp up over time, and eventually
the first drop was in November. So this is like 2 months later, so like 8 weeks. Yeah, so I mean, if you can keep up that cadence of a drop every 2 months and in between, like 6 and 8 weeks, eventually, like you said, a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, where it's going to be. And like with cloud gaming picking up hours like this, and you mentioning like they got improvements planned with like 4K resolution and higher bit rate and stuff. But it's, I was thinking of like, well, how do you outside of traditional marketing, getting Game Pass everywhere, it's like, how do you really grow that? And it's like, do you partner with like Netflix when they were rumored to be potentially purchasing it? Like, you could be like, wow, like Netflix is things everybody has, like 300 million people worldwide would have it. Like, how instantly, if you were able to put a Game Pass or whatever within that service, maybe that's that mobile phone or smartphone scenario like it is for the casual games that was really picked up by a lot of like people who wouldn't even consider themselves gamers, like the older crowd or some, women and stuff like that, right? And then like with the TikTok thing, I also think like, well, this is we talked before, and they've mentioned this about how Gen Alpha doesn't care about consoles; they're more PC people. Do they even know about Game Pass and all that stuff? But I mean, if you bought TikTok and if you controlled it, I mean, you have a direct pipeline to set people. That's potentially an avenue where you could, integrate it with Game Pass in a way, because they do gaming streams on TikTok all the time. And I sort of remember what their vision was for Mixer. When Microsoft bought Mixer back in, 2019, 2018, to compete with like Twitch at that time, part of their plan was, okay, we got all these people streaming our games, and the idea was, and I think even Google Stadia had the same thing where like you're watching a trailer for Assassin's Creed, and then there's just a button right there that launches Assassin's Creed on the browser. And Mixer was like the same thing, like, oh, you're playing Sea of Thieves, you're watching your favorite content creator play Sea of Thieves, but now you want to play, or you want to get invited, or whatever, and oh, you just press this button and boom, it launches, right? Like kind of that integration. And Mixer never went anywhere,
Nope.
and was killed because it couldn't grow during the pandemic when everything else grew except for Mixer, and they knew like, yeah, this isn't going to work out, so let's cut it.
It was interesting when Mixer first dropped because it was like at the time Mixer was the only streaming service that had the ultra low latency thing.
Yep.
Where it was like our speed is, I think at the time the delay on Twitch was about 40 seconds and the delay on YouTube was like 30 seconds. But Mixer, if you had like ultra low latency mode, it was like nearly instant. You know, it was crazy cool at the time.
Yeah, and
everybody
everybody stole all their features and stuff, and then Mixer didn't
Yeah.
do anything. But I was saying like more like, oh, well, the plans that you had about like, oh, they're playing this, so you can easily launch it, or like how Google Stadia had about reducing the barrier to entry, because a lot of people use YouTube and watch stuff. You know, that's how you grow a service. And I was thinking, well, with TikTok, maybe you could do something like that, but we'll see. They would have to buy it first, and we don't know if that's going to happen, right?
Mm-hmm. Rand,
yeah.
At the start of the show, you said that the gameplay footage on screen was Space Marine.
Warhammer 40k Darktide.
It's Recore.
Recore?
Everyone in chat says it's Recore. You put the wrong game on.
No, I'm looking at it right now. It's Warhammer 40k Darktide. They're trolling you, Jez.
Oh, what? Oh, okay. Everyone in chat saying Recore. Man, kind of liked Recore. You know?
Yeah.
Kind of liked Recore.
Recore?
I didn't hate Recore. It was a nice
Recore
little $30 game.
I think Recore was a victim of like maybe because where the game fell off to me was like those like the long loading sequences in the open world or whatever. I feel like maybe if it came out a generation later and you could cut down on the load times in between sections. And I also feel like it came out too early because eventually they did a definitive edition of the game, which is odd. But
which was much better. It was much better.
It was much better. It was like it really kind of
had like an extra big dungeon. It
really came apparent that basically like they shipped the game earlier than they probably wanted to, or you know, and sometimes that happens.
Yeah, but it's a shame, man. Like, I really think Recall could have, if it had a really nice little concept to it, really cool art and fun little characters.
See, that's also
I didn't hate that game.
That's also
I thought it was quite cool.
In that before time where I sort of wonder if Recore or even something like Quantum Break would have done better if Game Pass was around at that point, because there's a certain times where it's like,
yeah.
You think like I wonder what Quantum Break would have done if it was in the service and more people had played it, or even thing with the Recore.
You know, Rand. When I'm lying in bed at night, I usually like spend a little time thinking of articles I want to write for the next week. And it's really interesting you mentioned Quantum Break, because one of the articles that I came up with last night was, if there's one game Microsoft should port to bring it to a bigger audience, it's Quantum Break. So I'd love to see what Quantum Break would do on PlayStation in 2025.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We've seen... I'll push back on you for this. Now, if it would get me a Quantum...
I think it's going to blow.
Well, hold on.
Hold on.
One, I would want that to happen simply because if it led to a Quantum Break 2. Like, if Xbox was in talks with Remedy and were like, okay, let's do a Quantum Break 2 and we'll put Quantum Break everywhere and kind of lead it up to it, I'd be like, absolutely, because I want a sequel to Quantum Break. I wanted a sequel to Alan Wake. I remember one of the first times I gamed with Phil back in 2015, and he asked me, hey, you know, if I could greenlit any sequel or anything that you'd want, what would you want me to make? And I said, I want Alan Wake 2, Phil. Right? And I mean, obviously it took a way longer, another how many more years? 8 years after that, and Epic as the publisher. But I finally got my Alan Wake 2, and it was absolutely incredible. Game of the year 2023, third best game of this generation according to me. But
well, just give it back to Remedy and let them decide if they want to port it to PS5.
Sure, you could do that. I wouldn't mind. But also we've seen how well Alan Wake 2 has done.
Yeah, but that's because of Epic Games, man. That's because of Epic Games being like, oh, we only want to put it on the Epic launcher. If that shit had launched on Steam, it would have done much better.
I don't know.
Much better.
I agree with you. It would have done better, but also at the same time, it was a physical only release, so like the anti-digital or the pro-physical crowd really took a stance against it. They weren't going to buy it until the physical release came out. But also, you have to keep in mind, Alan Wake 1 didn't sell well. So you're releasing a sequel to a cult hit, which like 13 years later, it's like, yeah. So I sort of wonder how Quantum Break would do, being like, it's a cult hit. It didn't sell well originally. You'd essentially be coming out 13 years later. Like, imagine if it came out in 2029. It's almost the same exact thing that would happen with Alan Wake 2. And honestly, I think there was a lot more pent-up demand for Alan Wake than there is for Quantum Break 2. But I agree. I mean, like, if it led to a sequel being done, like this idea now that Xbox is multi-platform, and we talked about this with, when we talked about Ninja Gaiden 4, with Microsoft now publishing everything everywhere, does that lead to more opportunities or more developers pitching games to them? Because now you can sell, okay, it's not just an Xbox exclusive, it's going to come to PlayStation, and it's going to be on Switch, and it's still going to be on Steam on PC. Does that lead to more scenarios where it's like, okay, well, maybe now Banjo makes sense, or maybe Quantum Break 2 makes sense now because you have a bigger audience to sell everything to, whereas before, maybe it didn't make financial sense. Is that going to lead to those type of things, Jez? What do you think?
Well,
would you want it to lead to more of that? Of Xbox publishing more games or developers pitching them more stuff because there's more places to sell it to?
I mean, exactly. That's kind of what the issue is with regards to the industry in general right now, is like, we need to find the users where they are. And these kind of second-party publishing deals, for a lot of companies, they don't make, like, these second-party exclusivity deals, rather, like the stuff with the Square Enix stuff. They don't make sense in this current economic environment where finding as many users as possible to cut into that zeitgeist is absolutely, completely and utterly necessary. The only times where it makes sense is when the company is of such a certain size where it's like, we physically are incapable of developing for multiple platforms at once. So we'll focus on your systems and, it will become an incidental exclusive, like Stalker 2 was, for example. I was actually shocked because I went to GSC Game World in Prague, and I was surprised how small the studio was, considering how vast the game is. I was like, man, this is like, I mean, it's a comparatively big team. It's a bigger team than than the team who worked on Vampire Survivors or whatever, but it was like much smaller than when I'd visited like some of the bigger AAA studios, right? And it kind of like, it makes sense where it's like they would take the investment for exclusivity, not only just because the exclusivity helps the investor, Microsoft in this case, but it also helps them be able to focus on a single platform, which is also quite close to PC in terms of APIs and linking up, and also reintroducing the game to an audience with an inbuilt audience via Game Pass or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think we could see like more companies try and take advantage of that partnership, like Ninja Gaiden 4, where the marketing can be sort of Xbox first, and put Xbox's mark on it as well. The deeper integration, and also Xbox Play Anywhere support, and all the extra stuff that Microsoft is pushing as the exclusive aspect of the platform, which is the ability to play it everywhere, right?
Yes.
So maybe we could see more of these games, because it makes more sense for Microsoft too. Like if I'm Microsoft and I'm thinking like, how well is Alan Wake 2 going to sell if we make it fully exclusive? But if we make if we're no longer tying ourselves to a single platform, we could have funded Alan Wake 2 to get it into Game Pass, and then use the sales from PlayStation to actually get the real return on investment, Whereas like the Xbox fans get it for free, in a way. So maybe we do see more of these kind of partnerships, where it's like where in the past Microsoft, maybe even Microsoft themselves are like, this doesn't make financial sense for us. Maybe now it will make financial sense for them if they can use the sales from PlayStation to essentially subsidize Game Pass, which as a Game Pass subscriber, I'm okay with personally. If PlayStation fans are willing to buy the game so I can get it for free, I'm okay with that. I don't know how you feel about that, Rand.
I don't know. And I don't really feel strongly either way about it personally.
Solithida in chat says, I hope Mistwalker takes advantage of this and makes Lost Odyssey 2. If you want Mistwalker to consider Xbox, they did release Fantasia. What's it called? Fantasia Neo Fantasia. I can't remember exactly.
I think that came out in December or November.
Yeah, so that is Mistwalker's game that was exclusive to iOS, I think, and they've ported it to console now. Wasn't that an Apple Arcade game or something like that? Can't remember, but it's classic turn-based JRPG. Seems alright. I played it a little bit.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna get to a couple more super chats. We have let's see, we have Banana Peel Jack with the 5. Jez, I too have been in the Final Fantasy coma on PC lately. I'm loving Rebirth after finishing Remake and bought 16 on PC. How goes your playthrough? I think Jez finished Rebirth on PC, Jez, right?
Yeah, I did. I finished Rebirth, although I will say that I did kind of rush it because I reviewed it. So I didn't do very much, if any, of the exploration. And the exploration was a bit Ubisoft-y, even with the towers. Climb up this tower to unlock, points of interest. So I was like, I don't really need to experience the Ubisoft aspect of this game. So I did kind of rush through it, but I decided what I'm going to do is I'm going to replay Remake and Intergrade, because I never played Intergrade, and then replay Rebirth and do it properly and do the full exploration and all that shit. So, yeah, in essence. But I did just finish Remake and Intergrade yesterday, actually. I still hate the ending. I still hate all the whispers bullshit. All the extra sort of meta time travel dimensional stuff. It's so unnecessary. So unnecessary, man. But what you gonna do, man? I'm on a big Final Fantasy kick at the moment. I've gone through 1, 2, and 3 on Pixel Remaster on Cloud. Started 4. And then I started playing the original Final Fantasy 7, which I uploaded to OneDrive for you all to enjoy, but Rand refused to put it up on the stream.
Mm-hmm.
And then I reviewed Rebirth, and now I've gone back and completely Remake and Intergrade, and now I'm going to start Rebirth again. And after I've done Rebirth a second time, I'm going to go back and play Final Fantasy 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, and all the other parts of 13. And then I'm going to do 15 again. Because I never did any of the DLC for 15. This is the year of Final Fantasy.
It sounds like it. It sounds like you got your year planned out with all the Final Fantasy stuff, so.
With a bit of Monster Hunter in between.
With a bit of Monster Hunter.
I also want to play Avowed, so a bit of Avowed and a bit of Monster Hunter in between.
We have Wagerman joining the channel membership. Appreciate you, sir. I just dropped 5 gifted subs as well, so everybody who got a membership, enjoys it. Sin Vendetta with the $9.99. Jez, I'm looking into getting a gaming laptop with a 4080. With the 50 series graphics cards dropping, do you think big sales on those 40 series laptops are going to happen soon? I don't know, considering the 5090, by all accounts, was a paper launch. Nobody could get them, essentially. I saw, like, stores were getting, like, 1 or 2 5090s. There's barely even, like, an actual launch for those.
There's a lot of controversy around the 5000 series cards in the minute, like the 5080 as well. The reviews of those were really quite middling, and people saying like the 5080 is barely better than the 4080 and stuff like that, and then there's no stock of either of them, all sold out already.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we'll see sales on the 40 series yet. Maybe we will.
Yeah, and then when you've got the threat of tariffs coming into to Taiwan, who fabricate a lot of these chips, I think the GPU market's in for a fairly large amount of people in the near term.
Yeah, the tariffs for Mexico and Canada start tomorrow, 25%. Be interesting to see what that does to the physical game market, because we talked about that with Matt Piscatella and his thoughts about, a lot of that infrastructure and all the stuff they do is in Mexico. So will developers use the tariffs as an excuse to raise prices of games, or will they just use it as an excuse to not do physical copies anymore until the tariffs are gone? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Chaos Mike with the $4.99. I own all the Xbox devices, an Xbox Series, phone, computer, TV, and PS5, and they all Xbox. Can't wait for Expedition 33. Expedition 33 looks pretty sweet. And man, I'm in an RPG mood right now. I mean, I played Metaphor Refantasio for 110 hours because I went back to Metaphor, Jez, and I started a New Game Plus simply so I could beat the super boss that is only in New Game Plus. The Red Scale Dragon in the Armageddon book. So I had to play through basically half the game again, but the game lets you carry over all your weapons and all your items from the previous playthrough. So like basically my characters were rocking like all the best gear and all the best weapons. So like anytime I got into a fight, they were just instantly dead. And I skipped all the cutscenes and all the dialogue. So a game that took me 90 hours to get through and maybe like halfway mark is 45 hours. I think I did that in like 10 hours. So I was like, all right, because I needed one more. That was my last achievement. And I'm like, well, I don't got anything like I need to play immediately. So let me just do this New Game Plus for a bit. I did that. And now I'm playing Avowed, which is an RPG. And Expedition 33 comes out April 26th, and it's RPG as well. So this might be the year of Rand and RPGs, huh?
It might be.
We have Mr. Scarcely Relevant, member for 59 months. Almost 5 years. Good morning to the best community out there. Good morning, sir. Glad you're here.
Rock and roll, baby.
We got Chaos Might with the $1.99. We need JTech TV gameplay for the background. I don't want to make people oh man, yeah. I don't know if people saw that stuff. They Did you see any of this, Jez? JTech's gameplay. He was playing Doom.
The Doom
Eternal or Doom. I forget which one.
I did see this.
Dude was playing it like it was a cover shooter, all slow and shit. I'm like, wow. Somebody's never played Doom before in their life. Could you imagine if I put that up as on the show here? Like, I wouldn't want to think anybody that was my gameplay, and two, I don't want to like have people get sick by watching it. But oh man, God. Could you imagine playing Doom like that? Jez, could you imagine?
You know what it reminded me of?
What?
Reminded me of Doom 3. Because Doom 3 was a little bit more survival horror-ish.
Sure, yeah.
Like I might play Doom 3 a bit like that,
yeah,
maybe.
But not any of the newer Dooms.
No.
Doom's all about frenetic pace. Like,
yeah.
going crazy, not like like looking, crouching, looking at the wall like you're playing some cover shooter or something. It's like, no, man, it's rip and tear all the time.
Rip and tear. I bet he's made jokes about game journalist difficulty and stuff, right?
He has. I'm sure.
And it's like, bro, you should probably be on the game journalist difficulty. Saying, I reviewed Doom on hard difficulty, the original Doom, but the Doom Eternal DLC on hard
was the Doom Eternal DLC on normal was hard.
Yeah, well, I was playing it on hard, and I was like, I don't think I can do this. I've got a friend. I got a friend who's like religiously plays Doom, and he plays it like, you know, doing all the rapid weapon switch combos and all that kind of shit you can do in that game. And like I was watching, like, I went on YouTube, and because I was stuck on this one part on Doom Eternal's DLC on hard, and I went on YouTube to watch like how pro people do that shit.
Yeah,
and I was like,
it's pretty crazy because like I don't think I tried playing like Doom on hard, and some parts are like, all right, yeah, I can do this, and other parts are like, no, like when a marauder attacks you, I'm like, no, and so like when I played Ancient Gods, I was really like, wow, this is really difficult even on normal, which, you know, whatever, that's great, but I would watch some people's streams of someone playing in like Ultra Nightmare and just being like, yeah, I wish I was that good. Like, I'm definitely not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's crazy. But you know, that's sort of at least that's sort of the fun I have in with like watching streamers. Is like I used to watch Shroud quite a bit because I liked watching him just dominate in PUBG back when like PUBG was super popular. Before and when I got into PUBG, because I wanted to see what high level play of PUBG was like, because I was, you know, how much time I played in it, so I'd be like, I'm gonna watch Shroud, and just marveling at how like amazing he is at that game. But I don't know, like I don't really. It's like if someone's playing like a single player game, I was like, why would I want to watch it? I want to experience it for myself. Like that's how I had used Twitch, was like I wanted to see the high level play of something I'm enjoying, you know. So
I used to watch Heroes of the Storm gameplay for that, and the Uber Micro. Do you remember? Did you ever watch Pure Ownage back in the day?
No.
I think he's slightly too old, maybe.
We have
Uber micromanagement.
King Chaos, who says, if Xbox becomes reliant on other platforms for sales, could those platforms make demands, such as higher sell splits than 30% or something? Yeah, that's an interesting question, because we know that Activision was basically trying to force Xbox into lowering their split. This all came out during the FTC trial, remember, Jez? And it sounded like it was something that PlayStation accepted. And then if Xbox wasn't going to, they weren't going to get Call of Duty, because the normal split is like 70-30, 70% for, you know, the maker of the game, 30% for the platform. But it sounded like Activision was able to negotiate a more favorable deal for them, I think, right? Where they got 80%, and PlayStation got 20, or I forget. But I do you remember that article, the FTC stuff, where they wanted a better deal from Xbox, and, you know, basically like an 80-20 split or something?
Yeah, it rings a bell. I can't remember exactly what the figures were off the top of my head, but I presume that they've maintained that split. It's the biggest game in the world, isn't it? So, you know, a huge driver of revenue. So, like, it gives Microsoft a fairly large amount of political clout to be able to say, we want this split, or we'll take our ball and walk. You know?
I guess you could say, I don't know. I don't know who would have the leverage in this scenario. Like, because King's saying, like, well, if they're relying on the other platforms to sell their games, could those other platforms, you know, say, hey, instead of 70-30, it's going to be 60-40? But, you know, is that something that PlayStation would be able to do because, you know, Xbox hardware isn't really in competition at that point? But then is that something they can do to every publisher? But then it's like, well, I mean, you still have the PC side of things, And, I know people have bitched at Valve for the 30% cut forever because they go, what does Valve do? But I don't really see Valve going to 60-40. So, like, if PlayStation came in and was like, we want to renegotiate, like Darth Vader in Empire Strikes Back, I don't necessarily see developers being cool with that and be like, hey, we still got PC, so we'll go over there. I mean, Xbox has talked about, even Microsoft talked about this idea of lowering their store cut. I mean, I think Epic has something like that where it's like 8812. When they initially wanted to acquire ABK, they talked about this, about like the future of the Microsoft store, and on how PC, I think they lowered it, but on Xbox, the store, they didn't. I could see them maybe lowering that as like an enticement to get developers to make games for the platform, being like, you get a bigger cut, outside of like maybe like a single platform of like, hey, all you got to do is make a PC version of this game. Like, you already make this. It's kind of goes in line with like Phil's answer to Destin about the Series S, where he's like, are you going to drop the Series S requirement? And Phil said no, because like, games get shipped all the time on the Steam Deck and the ROG Allies and all that sort of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, well, if you're building stuff for that, it's not, build stuff for the Series S. If you're already building a Steam version of a game, just port it to the Windows Store. Because that's how I think the future of Xbox will be, is that whenever they put out the next-gen hardware, which I think will be 2027, I think people who assume it's 2026, I think they're being that's a little too optimistic. And maybe I'm a little pessimistic on this side of things, but if I were to place money right now, I'm saying the next Xbox hardware from them, because I think we'll see OEM stuff, third-party OEM stuff, third-party handhelds, maybe third-party consoles come up before that. But if I were to make a bet, I think like Xbox's next hardware, their next generation, the Gen 10 devices, essentially, right? I think those are coming in 2027. I know a lot of people are like hoping it's 2026. I think that's,
it ain't 26.
I think that's a little. I think that's a little too optimistic. So I'm gonna put my foot down and say 2027.
Yeah, I think you, based on what I've heard, that sort of seems like the right timeline. And we sort of, investigations ongoing. There's a lot of work being done on the shell. There's a lot of work being done on Windows itself to align it more closely with the development of the next Xbox generation. But yeah, 2027 is probably the time frame that I'd be willing to put money on at the moment.
Yeah.
But you never know what might happen. There's all sorts of weird shit going on in the world right now, especially with regards to
tariffs, potentially.
Chips and tariffs and artificial intelligence demand for said silicon. There's only so much silicon in the world, and a lot of nation states see artificial intelligence as a national security issue, where it's like, especially between America and China, where it's like, oh dear, we need all the silicon we can get to beat China on artificial intelligence, because there is this thought process amongst the technocracy that the first country that really produces this sort of, they call it AGI, which is like an artificial general intelligence, like an AI that can adapt and teach itself to do things, which is sort of beyond what the current AI models can do. Like, current AI models are basically, they just work on syntax. They don't actually understand the content they produce. They don't understand context, But the idea is, like, if we have more processing power, we can produce an artificial intelligence that maybe can understand context and generate original thinking. Because right now they kind of can't. They just spew out syntax, essentially. They don't understand what they're saying, which is why they make so many errors. You can go to an AI, and this is a good example. If you go to an AI and you ask it to generate an image of a clock at a specific time, so ask an AI to generate a clock at 6 p.m, they can't do it. They can only generate clocks at 10 past 10. And the reason for that is that all marketing photographs of clocks are always at 10 past 10 because it's the most aesthetically pleasing time for marketing imagery. So the AI doesn't understand that you're asking it to generate an image of 6 p.m. on the clock because it doesn't understand what a clock is. The only frame of reference for what a clock is it has is like millions of photographs, marketing photographs of clocks at 10 past 10. Go and try it yourself. It's really interesting. But the idea that, like, imagine if China could come up with an AI that is Terminator grade, America would see that as a huge issue. And that's why, like, when it comes to silicon and, you know, building servers and stuff like that, gaming is, like, on the lower rung of importance. And there's only so many companies that can fabricate silicon on that level. You know, so many countries that can do it. America's trying to do it, but Taiwan's still the industry leader by a significant margin. You know, it's difficult to produce the industrial pipeline to fabricate chips. It's very, very difficult because like the slightest mistake, you can lose like entire wafers, entire yields, and just end up with a load of just bullshit. You know, it's very complicated to produce. So
Right.
I don't know. There's a lot of moving parts into that 2027 estimate. It could go out to 2028, but I do think we'll start hearing about what their next gen plans are. Probably in 2026, they'll announce this is what the plan is.
Well, it's going to be. Well, it's
2025.
interesting because, like, I would imagine if, like, I think me and you both think new hardware from Xbox themselves is a 2027 endeavor. So I agree with you. That's something you probably announce in 2026 at some point. But I do think I wouldn't be shocked to see a third-party OEM hardware come out before that, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's Microsoft's kind of, you know, talked about before working with their partners, and they do consider devices like the Asus ROG Ally as a high priority in the same vein as first-party hardware. You know, so you know, Jason Ronald was talking about it at CES, improving the shell to make it more friendly for handheld console style gaming. So maybe, you know, and Microsoft has done branded hardware before on the handheld front, but so far they've just been kind of controls and accessories. There's like an Xbox Edition Razer Kishi, for example, with the Xbox button on it. But what would a Xbox Edition Asus ROG Ally look like that doesn't have the Armory crate in it, that defaults to the game bar, and, you know, doesn't have any bloatware in it, and, you know, maybe it's a little bit cheaper because it's more subsidized or something. I don't know. We'll see.
Right. We have Karen O'Connor with the 10. Good morning from Australia. Unlikely hypothetical. Can you imagine a world where the PlayStation Store is cracked open, like the Apple Store, and Xbox makes a play to add Game Pass app and xCloud to its library? I mean, I think maybe they believe that's a possibility in the future. I don't know where obviously regulators would have to approve of that, and maybe they think it's a possibility, but not necessarily a strong one. Because I sort of feel not Jez, maybe you disagree, but I feel like if the courts made PlayStation and Nintendo open up their store, so like everybody else can sort of have their own store, like Epic could have their own store. So I sort of almost think that like the console model is essentially dead at that point. Like, because the whole model is based around selling other people's games and taking a 30% cut. But if like you remove that and now you don't get a 30% cut because other people are now selling stuff directly, like at that point it's like we can't subsidize the hardware anymore because we just lost a whole bunch. It almost sort of like kills consoles at that point. Or at least kills. I mean, I'd understand Microsoft being like, oh, we can open up an Xbox store on PlayStation and then take 100% of everything and PlayStation gets nothing. But
I honestly don't think when regulators sit down and look at that, I don't think their mentality will be, okay, we need to let Epic Games sell games directly on PlayStation, because it's not like this is all Apple's fault, man. Fuck Apple. It's all Apple's fault, right? Because when companies look at Apple and say, Apple takes a huge cut and they don't subsidize their hardware with that cut. They make a massive profit on their hardware as well. Which is where like the imbalance comes from. The imbalance comes in when the hardware is being sold at a premium too. Xbox and PlayStation, Nintendo don't sell hardware at a premium. The business is the fact they're closed. Whereas Apple double dips. Apple double dips on the hardware and the closed ecosystem. So like, and this is why like I think it's really unfair that the US courts went after Google. And I ain't no fan of Google, but I think it's really unfair that the US courts went after Google over Android. Because again, with Google Play, the business model is Google Play. You know, Google doesn't really make a ton of money on licensing Android, you know, and to Samsung and stuff like that. Samsung's making all the profits there. So like Apple has this huge advantage where they've got like a closed platform, and they've got the premium hardware experience as well. So like if the US courts just applies this blanket mentality of everyone needs to be open to go after Apple, who are really taking the piss with it, that kind of deals an unfair amount of damage to the console industry, I think. So for my money, I would say that hopefully regulators will take a more holistic look at it and be like, actually, maybe we shouldn't target games consoles with this, because their entire business model revolves around selling the hardware at cost, not at a premium. That's the sort of the gateway to the ecosystem. It's not, the point of that is not to sell hardware. The point of that is to sell software. So they're cheap. So hopefully they only go after mobile platforms in this, because there is still competition in the console space between, you know, PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo. And, you know, you've got up and comers in the space with Steam Deck, which, you know, Steam Deck is subsidized by Steam, you know. That's why Steam Deck's a little bit cheaper. You know, it's the profitability on a Steam Deck can't be that fantastically spectacular either. It's all about being subsidized by the software storefront, right? Mm-hmm. And also it's open anyway. Steam is just like, yeah, we don't care if you put sideload shit on it. So like Steam doesn't even have that argument against it, right? But the point is there's competition there for a device you can hold in your hand and experience games with. Whether it's a hold in hand a controller and play on the TV, or physically hold the whole thing like a Nintendo Switch. Whereas like the mobile space, there really only is Apple and Samsung on the premium end. And Samsung's at a huge disadvantage because it has to abide by Google's rules, which, you know, isn't particularly fair for that ecosystem, really. But it's the only way Google can make any money on that, because they're not really making any money, serious money, on licensing Android out. Whereas Apple's just sitting there chilling, enjoying their position of privilege, because everyone just accepts Apple's the default. Even the regulators do, and all the normies and the politicians, they think of iPhone as the default. Because I don't know why. It's like they've hypnotized the world. If any platform should be cracked open, it's fucking Apple's. Any platform that should be opened up, it's Apple's.
Right.
Rant over.
Just rant over. We got Seth with the 999. Best scenario for the next gen is a PC. The forward compatible programmable problem is an emulator for prior gens, and all new games will be PC. When devs start saying write the for Windows. I mean, for a lot of people, PC is a growing platform. It seems like it's growing every single year. So, you know, a lot of people will be PC is the way forward. And it definitely seems like the younger generation are definitely adopting PC rather than moving into console. So, I think like the best platform is whatever platform you want to play on. You know, this
is the thing, you see. Like, when I was a little kid, my parents had to take a huge fucking loan to get my PC, my first PC, because they watched the TV show called Tomorrow's World, and Bill Gates was on there, and he was saying, like, you know, every kid is going to need a PC. And my parents really believed this, and Bill was right. You know, this was like the mid-90s. My parents, like, got credit card debt and got me a PC that cost, like, it had like 8 megabytes. 8 megabytes of RAM and cost
living the high life with 8
£1,000s.
megabytes of RAM, huh?
Yeah, man. It cost thousands of pounds. I think it had 700 megabytes hard drive and like 100 megahertz processor or something ridiculous. You know, it was a dinosaur, and it cost thousands of pounds. But like, it did set me off on this tech journey, which has led me to this job. You know, so that's like probably the best thing my parents ever did with me, because I couldn't do school. You know, I was too all over the place to sit there in a fucking classroom and look at the whiteboard and little doodles and numbers on the screen. I didn't care about any of that shit. I just wanted to mess with my PC all day, you know. And now I work in tech. But these days, computers, a good computer that can run a lot of Zeitgeist games like Minecraft or stuff like Project Zomboid and you know, all these sort of lower end kind of games. Even Fortnite, you know, you can get a decent PC for like what? £800 now that'll run Fortnite, a laptop. £800 gaming laptops, like some of the ones on the lower end, that'll run Fortnite and Minecraft to an adequate degree. You know, so it's and also you need a laptop or a PC to do everything else, like homework, university. It's a more versatile device than a console is. So it's like, if I'm a parent, I'm like, shall I buy my kid a £500, £600, £700 console, or shall I get a laptop, which are gradually becoming cheaper and cheaper and cheaper over time, especially if you get a second-hand one. So PCs are just that's why PCs are becoming more dominant, is because the cheaper ones have become powerful enough to run decent games, and everyone needs a PC, but not everyone needs a console. So the zeitgeist has just kind of moved over there. It's organic declines. The way console industry is going, it's because all organic declines, man.
Frosty with the 499 says, "Hey guys, what if GTA 6 flops? Can it even flop? And what would make it a flop? And if it did flop, how would it affect the industry?" Oh boy. I mean, it wouldn't be a good thing. I mean, hell, the industry's hoping that it would bring in, you know, like a whole bunch of new users and a bunch of money spent. I'm sure PlayStation, Xbox would be, you know, counting, like, they're hoping it would make them a whole bunch of money. So if GTA 6 flopped in any way, I mean, that would not only affect Rockstar and Take-Two. I mean, Take-Two's stock price would tank immediately. Like, if somehow it came out that GTA 6 underperformed. Like, if GTA 6 performed like Dragon Age or FC 25, where if they said, oh, it underperformed, Take-Two's like stock price would tumble to the point where I don't know how much it would even be worth. And Xbox and PlayStation's projections for their revenue would probably be completely missed. So it has a bigger effect than you would just think. But it's one of those things where I think it's like too big to fail. At least
what
out of the gate. I mean, yeah, I guess you got to think about that. What if it did? But
what if it's really bad and it's broken like Cyberpunk was at launch?
Yeah, but the thing is, even if it's really bad, like Cyberpunk still sold like something like, they still had something like 10 million pre-orders or 8 million pre-orders. So
yeah.
Before they even,
it's just cracked.
You know, before the game even released, and I can imagine GTA having a similar number, if not more. So, you know,
do you think that might get Red Dead 3?
I don't know. Who knows with Rockstar these days? They take so long in between games. I don't know. Who knows what they're doing after that? I mean, I didn't want Red Dead 2 because I was like, how am I gonna? I'm not gonna like Arthur Morgan more than I like, you know, John Marston. But I ended up loving Arthur Morgan. So yeah, why not make a Red Dead 3? I don't know what it would be. Is it another prequel? Is it a sequel to Red Dead? Where do you even go?
I feel like it has to be another prequel, like an even further back prequel. Because if you do a sequel, it's not really the Wild West anymore, is it? It's like it's already on the edge of not being the Wild West.
Yeah, that's true.
Red Dead 1 is. Maybe you go even further back into the past. Or how about this? What if What can you imagine a GTA style Edo period samurai game
Ooh, that's interesting.
where it's like the political landscape of Edo period Japan, the authentic everything, and horse riding, different landscapes, and then like GTA physics with slicing people up, like Metal Gear Rising style. Can you imagine that? I think Rockstar would nail that kind of fucking game, bro.
Yeah, they could.
I think they'd nail that game, dude. I just put something into the universe that I just really want to happen.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Nerds and Other Legends with the 5. I will not play Prince of Persia until everybody plays Metroid Dread. Well, I think more people played Metroid Dread than played Prince of Persia, so it sounds like you have to play Prince of Persia. Because I think Metroid Dread sold like 3 million or something. So, time to play it, Nerds and Legends. More people played Metroid Dread.
I never finished that. Rand, this is slightly off topic.
Okay.
But I decided I was going to look up how much an RTX 5090 currently costs on eBay.
It's like $6,000, isn't it?
Yes. there's one for sale in the UK for £4,000, which is about $6,000. And there's a bunch for sale in Germany, which again are all about they're anywhere between 5,000 and 6,000 euros. So a lot of scalping going on there with the RTX.
Yeah, so it's like regular people couldn't get them, so scalpers got them,
Yeah. But there's not that many up there though. There's one in the entire UK, one unit.
I just can't imagine anybody being so like, I need to have a 5090 and I'm willing to pay $6,000 for it. You know what I mean? Like, it sort of seems crazy that there'd be somebody with that much like disposable income who just like wouldn't be happy. Like, well, I'll just go buy a 4090 until I can get a 5090 or whatever. But I don't know. I'm not surprised a lot of scalpers would have them. But I'm not really shocked that the launch was kind of paper thin for that stuff. Dark City with the 5. He says, Rand, how do you feel about Ben Johnson of the Bears? Love it. He was like the guy everybody wanted. And normally the Bears don't get the hot prospect coach. Normally they're a cheap franchise and they don't spend the money. And the fact that they targeted him from the beginning and he actually wanted to come here and they opened up the checkbook to make sure to get him. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's all going to work out because first-year head coaches, don't have the greatest of track records, but, everyone's got to start somewhere. And he's going to be calling the plays, and we saw how Detroit's offense went and how Jared Goff improved under Ben. And they needed something to pair with Caleb. So, yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting. It's got my stamp of approval, so... Art of Bearding List with the 2 says, should Microsoft buy Koei Tecmo or Sega? Interesting question.
Both.
I
am both.
I mean, yeah, but I just sort of feel like with this idea of Microsoft maybe buying TikTok with a lot of money, there may not be any money left. And honestly...
Just buy everything.
Yeah, just whatever.
Buy Nintendo, buy PlayStation, buy Steam, buy the United Kingdom.
Hey, congrats! 5-year anniversary of Brexit, by the way.
Is that today?
I think so. I saw people on Twitter saying it was 5 years. So congrats on 5 years of Brexit.
I read something like Brexit cost the UK like £100 billion worth of economic growth or something like that, but literally no benefits whatsoever. Oh man, that's just the salt from that is gonna go with me to my grave. But hey ho! I
mean, if you had asked me who would I want over those two, I mean, it's definitely Sega. But
I'd want Capcom or Square Enix over both of those.
That ain't happening though.
I'd want Square Enix over all of those. I think. Can you imagine if Microsoft owned both the world's biggest MMOs, and then also Final Fantasy, the greatest franchise in history?
It'd be crazy.
I'm cutting a wrestling promo right now. The greatest franchise in video game industry history, Final Fantasy.
Hey, you're definitely on a
No?
Final Fantasy kick. I can tell. Now
I really am.
you're dreaming about them buying Square Enix and Final Fantasy being the greatest franchise in history.
Yeah, man. We don't talk about 13 though.
Uh,
I'm gonna give 13 a chance. I'm gonna play 13. I'm gonna give it a chance.
Jabbar with the 5 says, "Hey Jez, we can't get small indies like Berserk Boy and still no Final Fantasy or Wukong, which reached 25 million sold, by the way. Happy with Xbox, but not gonna lie, hard sell next gen."
Yeah, I did see a bunch of people sent me a link to that Berserk Boy thing. I never heard of Berserk Boy before, but they did announce they were going to port to Xbox 3 years ago, and it just never happened. So it is kind of weird that it didn't happen for whatever reason. But this is one of the things I'm going to write about next week. Is like, if Microsoft's porting things to PlayStation, you know, they're going to make a shitload of extra money. What they need to really show for this is like organic growth on PC, because Satsy's out here saying 30% growth on PC Game Pass, which sounds like a lot, but 30% of 100 is 30 people. So 30% could be, you know, a really small amount of people if there's not that many people subscribing already, you know. I feel like if there was a lot of footfall coming through the Microsoft Store for gaming, there'd be a lot more organic growth and a lot more organic support from indie developers looking to find a new audience. As of right now, the only games that arrive on PC Game Pass are the PC Store, sorry, for gaming, are ones that have a Game Pass deal. And it's really weird because the cut for developers on the sales of their games through PC, they only have to pay Microsoft 12%. Not 30%. They only have to pay 12%. So they matched Epic Games on their cut. So like developers are like, even though the cut on the Microsoft Store is so much better than Steam, it's not even worth our fucking time to port it, man. So that's one of the big issues Microsoft needs to solve, is making the store on PC more viable for developers. And I kind of feel like they've made it worse recently, because they've put all the casual games from the Microsoft Store in there recently. Like, there should not be a whole section, a whole row dedicated to top 3 games, and the first 4 are Roblox, Microsoft Mahjong, and Microsoft Jigsaw. Why are you pushing your own casual shitty games alongside serious games, you know, which you're trying to entice developers to? There should be 0 space on the front page dedicated to those kind of games. 0.0 space dedicated to that stuff. I have no idea who at Microsoft thought it was a good idea to put Asphalt Legends from Gameloft on the front page of the Xbox app for PC. That is just insane to me. That's crazy. It's crazy, bro. So if you want to get that organic growth, you need to actually like show people and show developers that there's something worth coming to the store for. Like, I get this, if I click on the store, there are 2 rows dedicated to casual games now. Casual games and free games, and we got Candy Crush, Solitaire, Mahjong, Battle Bandits, Roger That, Merge Adventure Games, and Disney Magic Kingdoms from Gameloft. Like, none of that shit should be there. None of it. Farm Hero Saga shouldn't be there. None of it should be there. So I don't know how Microsoft hopes to drive organic growth with this shit when they have such a poor use of the space here. Like, when I go on Steam, there's like so much more content. So much more content. There's like smaller fonts, which, you know, you could argue hurts readability, but you can pack more content in there. There's so much more content when I scroll down the page, and also it's got an infinite scroll. Keep scrolling for more content, more and more content, more and more content, tons and tons of content, and also crucially, it's way more performant than the PC store. Right. So, Art of Beardliness says Asphalt Legends will be Game of the Year contender. Stop hating. I mean, I know there are audiences for these games, you know, but I think if I'm a Microsoft and I want to sort of compete with Steam, I need to be getting these kind of. I need to be able to show developers that not only do people come there for Game Pass, but maybe they even come there to buy games as well. You know, and they're not really doing a good job of showing that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of games. Sorry, go on.
Well, we talked last week about like, the BioWare FC thing and how PlayStation and how EA lost like $6 million in market value. Jason Schreier wrote an article today about how BioWare now has less than 100 employees at the studio. And how like a bunch of employees were like dispersed to other projects at EA and was supposed to be temporary, but now those are now permanent. And BioWare had more than 200 people 2 years ago to less than 100 today, according to people familiar. A small team will remain to work on the next Mass Effect game, and hopes led by a company veterans who oversaw development on the original trilogy as well as on 2019's Anthem, in hopes of expanding as the game gets further in production. So, yeah, they had some layoffs at BioWare. Then they, had some restructuring, moving people around. But yeah, it's a small team now, and so I am not confident they're actually going to be able to finish Mass Effect. So
I think if you go to BioWare's website, BioWare.com, and we go to BioWare, is there a career section? Yes, there is. Current openings. Oh dear.
What? No openings for anything?
No openings.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say, look, they've moved people to other teams because they're gonna hire and grow back up, but maybe not.
Well, they even said that they're not in a position right now where they need the full support of the studio to make Mass Effect 5, because it sounds like it's still in pre-production. But now it seems like with those people moving to other projects and that are now permanent, I don't know. I don't know. I really have a bad feeling about this, that they're not going to be able to finish Mass Effect 5. And they're just going to shut down the studio at some point. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, there's also other layoffs at Ubisoft. They laid off a whole bunch of people as well at a certain studios or whatever. Multiverse is shut down. Remember that game came out, was huge, died off. They literally took it offline for almost a year. They brought it back. It surged back up, and then it started to decline again. And now they announced that the next season is the last season, and they're done.
Ain't free to play is the role model for that game. They should have sold it for like $30 or something, and then sold like hero packs or something. I think like the actual sort of the model that Smash Brothers uses, like Smash Brothers isn't free to play. I think they should have just followed Smash Brothers model, man. But it's a shame because I quite enjoyed that game for a while. I played it a fair bit, as a Finn main. I don't know
if you saw this news as well, but apparently John Gonzalez is returning to Obsidian as creative director, which he previously led story on Fallout New Vegas. He's also worked on like Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. But he clarifies that he's not working on New Vegas 2. So they had to put that out there. He's rejoined Obsidian as the new creative director. And exciting times are in the future, but he made sure to tell everybody it's not New Vegas 2, so.
Well, it's that's really great news, man. I mean, this is kind of one of the potential benefits of Microsoft having a bigger install base upon which to sell their games, is that they can make these kind of big name hires more freely without thinking like, oh, that costs too much because, we're not only going to make this much money, but with the sort of the new strategy gives them access to much more favorable looking projections, so they can be like, oh, we can get all this stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas before they were kind of like, well, we can only do this much, so we can only hire this many people at this price. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more big names return to Microsoft, but we'll see.
I mean, yeah, that's a cool thing if it happened.
Oh, there's Phil.
Yeah. We have Andre with the 10. Or actually, no, was scarcely relevant with a 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Mr. Scarecrow, and hopefully everybody who got the memberships enjoys them. Make sure
I
to
just
use...
want to shout out Scarcely Relevant as well, because he just subscribed to Patreon at the producer tier.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Which is the highest tier. So thank you so much, dude.
Andre with the 10 says, Jez, is it me or is Xbox falling out of love with Brazil? Prices for the Series S and X are set in the $1,000 and $600 respectively, against the same $600 currently charged for the disc PS5 bundle. What do you make of that, Jez?
Yeah. I have no idea why the consoles are priced as they are in Brazil. Microsoft would officially go on record and say, like, if I ask Microsoft to comment on this, and I have asked them in the past, they say they give a sort of PR response which runs along the lines of they're priced based on, you know, costs and economic factors, which in my head says they're passing on taxes and tariffs to the consumer, which is how tariffs work. But I honestly don't know. I mean, it is what it is, man. And if they can't sell more consoles because they're priced too highly, then just is what it is.
Right.
It does suck. But I know that Brazil is a very big market for them, and also it's a very big market for cloud gaming. So I don't think they felt falling out of love with Brazil, but I think part of it is it's just incidental sort of tax stuff and that kind of thing. If, you know, I had to guess. What's Brazilian, but it is what it is.
We have Soupy with the 5. You've the best Xbox podcast. Love your vibe. What about the idea of Microsoft doing something similar as the Ally that you can buy and connect the GPU separately? Well, thank you for the compliment about, you know, being the best Xbox podcast. I mean, everybody has their own opinions about who they like and stuff. But Jez, what do you think about the rest of his question about Microsoft doing something like similar to Ally with buying, connecting, and GPU and stuff separately?
I think that's a pretty compelling use case, which companies have tried to pull off, but so far it's just been really expensive. Like the ROG Ally obviously has their external GPU, which you can connect up with their proprietary port, but I've also used a Razer Core in the past with a what did I put in it? Was it 4090? 4080? Robitech sent me a GPU to put in it. Maybe it was a 3080. It was like so long ago. But that was powered by a Thunderbolt port, which is crazy. So, but that's the problem. It's like a lot of this stuff is really expensive, and it makes me wonder if AMD and Microsoft to be willing to, because I feel like this will take a lot of custom engineering to make it happen. And if they do go down that way, it's probably going to make it too expensive for most people to justify buying. So if I had to guess, the next Xbox platform, which is what I've said before, will be a traditional success to the Series X, and then a more traditional kind of handheld, all in one box. But we'll see. You know, if they include a Thunderbolt port, then you could potentially use it with existing solutions for external GPU. You know, so we'll see what happens. I'm interested. No, mine keeps doing that as well. Oh, you muted. Oh, is YouTube? Oh, is you disconnected?
No, I think I'm good. I don't know. There was like I think my internet blipped for a second, and
Oh,
my
your
my
internet
YouTube chat and everything kind of just crashed, but it seems to be back. So, yes, Mr. Sith Lord says I've altered the deal player. Don't alter it further. Uh, Andre with the 10 says Black Friday come and went, and Xbox is nowhere to be seen. It was all about the PS5 deals. Also, despite being a strong market for cloud, we still don't have cloud gaming over Amazon Fire down here.
Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. I mean, it is shitty, like, how it's not just Brazil, but there's like a lot of countries where the infrastructure and the support from the big companies just isn't good enough, you know? Like, we're very lucky in countries like the UK and Germany and America and Canada and so on, where we do enjoy the full blown support that Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo and Steam or whatever offers. I mean, I was looking at a map the other day of all the countries where Spider-Man 2 is not available, because PSN is not available in those countries. And even though Microsoft did reduce, not Microsoft, Sony, even though Sony did remove the PSN restrictions, they're still like sort of being coy about where they're going to put the games because they want people to potentially on-ramp to PSN. I noticed that they've started trying to add incentives to get people to link their accounts, like in-app cosmetics and things like that, which is the right way to do it, I would say. You know, don't just force it on people. Give them a good reason to link their accounts, you know? But yeah, I just, yeah, I get questions like on the Brazil thing all the time. Like, not just Brazil, but also the Middle East, countries like India and stuff like that. You know, a lot of it is local laws. A lot of it is tariffs, trade issues, relationships between companies and local governments. Just weird things like that. It sucks, but I wish it was better, you know. And all we can do is just keep trying to push Microsoft and all the other companies to do better. You know, it's like with the whole PSN thing. Like, there was such a huge backlash to Sony forcing PSN accounts on people that Sony eventually backtracked, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing that can get these companies to change tack is basically to vote with your wallet.
Yep.
You know?
But it needs to be a lot of people voting with the wallet.
It needs to be a
because
lot of
other people vote
with
with theirs, you know?
Yeah.
It's like all the people like, oh, I don't like microtransactions and all this stuff, but it's like people voted with their wallet and they like them. So you've been outvoted, essentially. Sin Vendetta with the 999. I swear, if AI destroys the world before we get a Bloodborne remake, I'm going to lose it. I did see that PlayStation has issued a cease and desist to the Bloodborne 60 FPS patch guy. I think it's been a thing for 4 years now, but I guess they finally issued a cease and desist to him today. Does that mean they're doing something with Bloodborne? I don't know.
Nope.
Stay tuned.
I don't think it means that.
Yeah, it probably doesn't. Nerds and Other Legends member for a whole year says Xbox should have bought Sega and gave them the rights to rebrand and market Xbox as the Sega Dreamcast 2 in Japan. Yeah, I've seen people like say that before. Maybe that would have helped, but I don't know. Maybe it may have helped in that region. Yeah, Mr. Pat Rock with the 5. Why not charge a base 30% to developers and publishers, but 12% if they accept Play Anywhere? Could incentivize more to get with the program. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good idea for sure. But I think the thing is, like, they're still charging 30% on their console store, while it's like 10% on the PC side. But it's like Jess said earlier, if, you know, it's kind of a chicken and egg thing, right? If it doesn't matter that it's 12% because they don't have a lot of users. So, I mean, it could be 0% and devs may not even care because if nobody's there to buy your game, what does it matter what the percentage is? But I mean, they could do that, and maybe that's something they could do to incentivize. Just as what I think they're going to try to do is make the dev platform a single thing where if you make a game where like the console game is the PC game. So like instead of making a game for the Windows Windows Store and then making a separate version for the Xbox Series X and S, developers just have to make one version. And that'll play on the Windows Store, and then that version will play on, the new console, which is basically going to be a PC. So it cuts down on this need of like, we have to make multiple versions, and devs can just go to developers and be like, hey, you already made the game on Steam. We made it super easy for you to just port it over here. So, and we got all these different endpoints and stuff. I think that's what the future is in that regard. And that might make, to like make that easier for developers of being like, yeah, you know what? We already did the work for the PC side of stuff for Steam. It's super easy to do this on this side. So we're just going to do it just because it's that easy.
Yep. And, someone in chat talking about how it might, if the PC versions are being ported to Xbox, they'll be unoptimized. But at the end of the day, Xbox is one target version SKU. That's why developers like making games for console, because that these XYZ millions of people all have the same hardware. Whereas if you're making the PC version, then you're making it for thousands of different configurations. So the console version should still remain optimized, and also they still have to pass through Microsoft certification processes, which, are a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, developers hate having to optimize for Microsoft certification, but on the plus side, it means the games are typically in a relatively usable state when they come out, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that front. I mean, it's already the case for a lot of games that they are using the sort of forward-facing version of the Xbox GDK, where it's like you build a game kind of for UWP, and it works on PC and Xbox with the same package container, kind of, sort of, not exactly, And there are sort of like, there has been version mismatches between the Windows Store version and the Steam version historically, in some cases, but again, I think as APIs line up more aggressively in the future, I think those instances will be fewer and fewer and further in between. Like Ninja Gaiden already got patched on Microsoft Store to allow DLSS and all that kind of stuff. So I got DLSS 4 on my graphics card today, Rand.
Yeah.
But I haven't tried it yet. I don't know what games even support it. I think Alan Wake 2 supports it off the top of my head. I should download that and give it a go.
We got Mr. J. Rembert with the 10. Says, y'all heard what Jez said about Brazilian tariffs? Get your wallets ready because it's coming starting tomorrow. On another note, I'm concerned about the Xbox console, but having Game Pass helps. Bear down. Bear down, Chicago Bears. That's right.
Yeah, I ain't like... I understand the concerns, but I'm kind of in a very much a wait-and-see mentality about it right now. Because at the end of the day, they are getting more money. And at the end of the day, if they are getting more money, then they can do more stuff with it. Maybe it leads to absolutely epic hardware or really epic games or cool innovations and more risks being taken and more high-profile hires or maybe even more acquisitions and stuff like that to stop games excluding Xbox. Because obviously none of Activision's or Bethesda's games will ever exclude Xbox now because Microsoft owns them. So I'm very much in a wait-and-see mentality about where all this shit is going at the moment. But I understand the anxiety because I think it is still a risk what they're doing.
And Silas, member for 15 months, says, Rand, with the tariffs to China starting tomorrow, are you going on an electronics shopping spree tonight? New TV, computer, fridge? Nah, I mean, I just bought a new computer last year, so I'm good. No, I'm not. I mean, I thought about buying a new TV last year, but I'm fine with the current one. With the current one I have. So, and honestly, I don't think these tariffs are gonna last that long. It's not like
5 minutes.
I don't think we're gonna be sitting here talking about this like 4 years from now or 3 years from now.
I don't think you're going to be talking about it 6 months from now, to be honest.
Well, yeah, so I don't really think they're going to last very long. I mean, if they do, well, then, that sucks. But I think it's kind of I think a lot of it's like performative.
Ooh, gas prices are going to go up though. 10% tariff on oil from Canada. And a lot of American oil comes from Canada. Ooh, boy. It's going to be fun watching this from across the pond, I tell you. Glad I don't own a car in America right now. You go in a car, Rand?
I got a car, but I mean, I don't really.
What model is it?
Got a Grand Marquis.
Grand Marquis?
Yeah.
Who the fuck makes that?
Shit. I mean, I don't even use the car that much, so.
Grand Marquis?
Chrysler?
I've never even heard of that brand. Oh, it's Mercury's Ford.
Or
Car
Mercury.
Ford. I've never heard of that brand of car. That's wild, man.
All right. So what do I want to talk about now? Let's talk about some of the Xbox stuff, because there are a lot of things that happened this week between the Phil interview stuff and Forza Horizon coming to PS5 and the Xbox financials and stuff, and Xbox becoming the biggest publisher basically in the world in December. They Christopher Dring had some. I think that was just for like Europe or whatever, because I don't think I accounted for like everything, because I think Xbox made $6 billion in the last 3 months, and if they only made $500 million in December, those numbers really don't add up at that point. So it's probably just for one part of the world, but still, biggest publisher, 64% of the sales coming on PlayStation. Obviously, most of those is Call of Duty, right? So, and we've seen Xbox's game lineup this year. From Avowed to South of Midnight to Doom to Ninja Gaiden to Fable to another Call of Duty and stuff. So they probably have a good chance to be biggest publisher of the year this year, considering you're also going to see a lot of Xbox games come to Switch and PlayStation, right? So there's that stuff about the biggest publisher. Their financials, which they put out Wednesday, are the good. Let's start by the good here. Well, cloud gaming, Satya said, hit 140 million hours, and who knows where cloud gaming is in 5 to 10 years, but it definitely seems like more people are using cloud gaming than were before.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've seen people debate this one about the idea of Indiana Jones only having 4 million players. Releasing early December, and I'm not sure if these results go to the end of January. I mean, the quarter ended in December, so I'm not sure, but they did say Indy hit 4 million. Now, some people say that's too low. Some people say that's fine. Some people say that's great. I mean, it's still coming to PlayStation and presumably Switch 2 at some point. I don't know. What do you think? Is Indy reaching 4 million in like a month and a half, depending on time frame? Is that good for a game that released on Game Pass on Xbox and PC, or were you expecting more? What's your
You mean more hours on cloud?
No, Indiana Jones reaching 4 million
more
players.
Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
I don't think I was expecting too much more. I mean, we talked about this a lot, where it's like, it's not exactly a super popular franchise anymore. It's only on Xbox and PC. It's also a kind of walk-in sim, kind of puzzle game. So it kind of reminds me of where we were at with what's it called now? Deathloop, where it was like critically acclaimed. And it's like a lot of people within the sort of it's a game for core gamers, right? A game for core gamers, very, very core gamers, I think, where they can sort of appreciate a game for what it is. But I don't think it's sort of like the exciting kind of spectacle kind of game that I would have thought would hit sort of mass market. So I do think 4 million is a little bit low for probably what they were hoping it would hit. But at the same time, I'm not completely surprised. I don't know if you feel differently.
Yeah, I don't know how much. I mean, I thought maybe it could do 5 or 6. So it might be on the lower end of what I thought, but I didn't think it was going to be one of those things that are like 10 million. It wasn't going to pull Starfield numbers. And I've seen people like laugh at the idea of it only being 4, like, oh, 35 million Game Pass subs and only 4 million. But I feel like that's a weird argument to make, because just because something's on a subservice doesn't mean it's of interest to you. Otherwise, every single new show that releases on Netflix would be Netflix's most watched show ever. Right? Because Netflix has 300 million subscribers. How come every single show Netflix releases, shouldn't it have 300 million viewers? But it doesn't work that way, because not everybody is interested in the same shit. So
I only use Netflix for wrestling.
right, but I'm just saying, not everybody uses a subservice. The 35 million people subscribe to Game Pass. They're not all going to be interested in everything. So indie kind of maybe, I guess you could say, well, maybe it's low based off of like the great reviews, because it reviewed very, very well. But I think when I thought of like what it could do in a month and a half, I was in like the 4 to 6 million range. So it came in on the low end of that. I don't think it's like terrible. I think it's okay. There didn't really seem to be that much interest in it, so I think it's kind of one of those things where maybe there's just not a lot of interest in Indiana Jones, period. I mean, the new movie sort of bombed, and it did release in a time frame which I don't really think is the best. Like, there's a reason why a lot of developers don't release games in December. They just never really sold well. But regardless, I think indie is going to have better chance at like a renaissance, maybe when the DLC comes out and the PS5 version comes out, more people playing it, because it does seem like Xbox has talked about this before, about like when they released Sea of Thieves on PlayStation, that actually got more people on Xbox playing the game too, because suddenly you had that effect. So like you could have the situation where it releases on PlayStation, and because then there's an uptick in conversation around the game, that might actually cause, people on Xbox or people on PC to play the game again for the first time. Maybe they released a DLC around then. There's an expansion so people can go back to it, stuff like that. Interesting, like, I didn't really see a lot of people talk about this, Jez, but Satya in the financial call basically said that Xbox was going to focus on profitability, or like double down on like high margin stuff and profitability. And I think that's something that you've been talking about for a while, right?
Yeah, one of the big existential things with the gaming industry right now is like, how do we keep our profit margin ahead of costs?
Mm-hmm.
And like when you throw in tariffs and because when they're doing their costings for like projections and stuff, they sort of have to sort of predict for shareholders, and they have to do this. They have to do this for the SEC. They have to legally offer an analysis prediction of where they think their profitability will be in the future fiscal year. So with all the chaos going on with tariffs and and probably counter tariffs that are going to come down the pipeline from China and other countries, right? Microsoft has to sort of project that our costs are probably most likely going to go up. So in order to offset the costs going up, we have to sort of do things to ensure that our profit margin stays ahead of those increased costs. And the profit margin is the gap between what you spend to generate revenue versus how much you actually get back in. So like, obviously making a console or running a platform isn't free. You have to pay staff, you have to run servers, you have to do all that kind of stuff. And then your profits are what we give them when we buy services and software and stuff like that. So if this is why they put the Game Pass subscription up last summer, and why Netflix just put their subscription up. I mean, part of it is greed, because at the end of the day, when you're a publicly traded company, you want to keep your shareholders happy, and they take out a cut of those profits, at least in some companies, in the form of dividends. Microsoft gives its dividends to shareholders, and also they do buybacks sometimes, and so on and so forth. So you have to sort of, not only do you have to be profitable to run your own business, you have to be over profitable because you have to keep your shareholders happy as well, who are extracting value from the business. Which we can run into a big discussion about the virtues of shareholder capitalism, but we won't do that today. But this is the sort of dilemma that Microsoft find itself in. But it's not just a Microsoft thing; it's like a Sony thing too. Like in those leaked documents, Sony talked about trying to improve their margins, because their margins weren't particularly good either. Their games are very expensive to make. They typically don't come with microtransactions or a value-added sort of thing. And one way Sony has tried to do this is with these sort of expander loans, right? Where it's like we can derive more value from the assets that we've already got in the form of an expander loan kind of thing, right? And that's a good way of doing it. I mean, Gears of War was a really great business model for a long time because they basically reused all the same assets over and over again in each game, all the same animations and all that kind of stuff. And I think there's only so many times you can do that and get away with it. Like I've heard that Gears E-Day, for example, will feature all new animations, all new assets. They've rebuilt everything from the ground up, so it won't feel like exactly the same as Gears 5 felt. Pretty much exactly the same as 4, 3, 2, and 1. Right?
Well, yeah. I mean, speaking of Gears E-Day, they have another developer helping out on the game. People Can Fly, confirmed to be co-deving on Gears E-Day, which co-deving seems to be very normal for Xbox and also pretty normal for the industry at large.
Normal for everyone.
I mean, you look at like a credit list for when you finish a game. There's like multiple studios working on everything. So like, you have
the credits for Final Fantasy VII Remake. I was like, my God, this is going on forever. But that's the thing. Like when I'm talking about costs, it's like you have to pay your staff more because their costs have gone up too, and the job market becomes more competitive, and a lot of developers will be like, well, this job offering more money, and I need more money because my costs have gone up, so I'm going to go over there. So Microsoft has to put their costs up on staffing to retain the staff, So in order for them to have this high margin business, and while also delivering games at a higher quality level, having Xbox and Steam as their only install bases, for them it's not enough to get to where they want to be. And what they've been doing in order to offset that issue for the longest time is basically extract more value out of us. They've been putting more microtransactions in the games. They've been doing more expansions. They've been doing pre-order bonuses. They've been doing paid early access. They've been doing things like, more subscription services, and then, putting the price of those up and locking us in, and then putting the price up, blah, 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 blah. But there comes a point where it's like, we've extracted all the value that we can out of our current install base, and we have to grow. And that's why, like, who was it now? It was Thomas Mahler, and this is a topic you've got that in the list on Thomas Mahler.
Yeah.
From
well,
Moon Studios.
I was sort of gonna combine that with the PlayStation shakeup, right? Like,
yeah. Well, we can combine it here and then segue into that. But Thomas Mahler was saying he expects Sony someday will capitulate as well, and I think if Xbox does maintain its install base, where it's like, maybe there are people on Twitter pretending that they're smashed their Xbox and stuff. But if Microsoft maintains its install base, and furthermore, if Microsoft does deliver some kind of spectacular hardware differentiation next gen, or does double down on handhelds and does work with OEMs to get the Xbox store onto PC and all this kind of stuff, you kind of get to a point where it's like Sony will be looking for ways it can boost its own margins and its own revenue. And we always talk about how Helldivers 2 would make a shitload of money for PlayStation on Xbox without hurting PlayStation. Like MLB The Show absolutely, clearly did really well on Xbox.
Yeah. But also, this year's MLB The Show is not coming to Game Pass for the first time in 4 years.
But it's going to sell a shitload of copies on Xbox regardless. And that's gonna like help Sony. Sony's going to make a ton of money from Xbox fans from all the baseball fans who buy that game.
Are they though? Because Sony doesn't publish that game.
I thought they did.
No, that's the reason why it's in Game Pass, because MLB is the publisher of MLB Show 25.
I thought they were just the license holder.
They are the license
Sony
holder,
make it,
but they are the license holder, but they're also the publisher.
So Sony makes it, and MLB publishes it.
Yeah, I don't know how exactly all that pays out in terms of like who makes what, but MLB themselves is the publisher of MLB The Show on Xbox.
Well, either way, PlayStation will get royalties from that.
Yeah.
On Xbox.
I mean, I don't know how that all breaks down, but yeah, it's not in Game Pass. And I think it's because it's one of those things where, hey, we wanted to introduce this franchise to your users, because they'd be like, cost is like, well, I don't know if I want to spend $70 on this. So we put it on Game Pass. But eventually, at some point, it kind of becomes diminishing returns, not only for MLB, but for Xbox, because you figure like, well, we've sort of gotten everything we wanted out of this. So, you know, there's no reason to keep on continuing, because it's like, okay, well, we need to keep current users, but also gain new users, and we've had 4 years of MLB, and it's maybe we sort of gained as many as people as we can. And MLB might be looking at it like, well, actually, you know, we enjoyed this partnership, but, you know, we don't want to launch at day one anymore. So, you know, a lot of factors go into, you know, deciding whether or not to do that, right? I mean, 4 years in there, and you're right, like, people that need their baseball fix, like, okay, well, you know how they say with drug dealers, like, first hit's free, right? They give out the first hit for free, and then you're like, oh man, I need it, so you need to go back and pay for it. And well, MLB's Show gave you 4 hits for free, so now they basically want you to go out and buy the game. But yeah,
I think it'll.
But your point was basically like it's going to show Sony that there's money to be made. So why aren't you putting Helldivers there, or potentially like, you know, they are putting Marathon there, but I think that's more of a Bungie thing, at least in the past, than it was. Which, by the way, I think today was the 3rd year anniversary of Sony buying Bungie. I saw Jeff Keighley put his poll out. What would you rate it? A, B, C, D, or like F? And I think everybody voted D. Like, it was like literally like 70% D, because like, what have they done essentially, you know, that since they've been acquired?
I did like, there was also, you know, the comment from Adam Boyes on Gamertag Radio, and he said something along the lines of, you know, who does it hurt? You know, putting Forza on PlayStation, or, you know, vice versa, Helldivers on Xbox. Who does it hurt? You know, Sony will make more money. Xbox will make money.
Yeah, but the
developers Arrowhead will make money.
The funny thing about that is, like, if you would have said that to Adam Boyes when he was at PlayStation making that very infamous video of like, this is how you share games with Yoshida, he would have told you, we ain't putting fucking shit on Xbox. Right? I mean, if you went back to 2014 and said that, like, who does it hurt? Who does it hurt, Xbox, if you put Halo 4 on PlayStation, or who does it hurt, PlayStation, you put Uncharted on Xbox or whatever? They'd fucking laugh you out of the building and laugh you out of the room. Think you were a madman. Now, granted, everything's changed, right? 2014's a different time. Different things were working. You know, even the live service stuff haven't even really popped up yet, and all those sort of things. And I know things are different, but it's just funny to see people who were so staunchly in one direction being like, yep, who does it really hurt? Because this is what Thomas Mahler had to say. He basically was like talking about this, and he says, we decided a few years ago to not make Wiki Game under Microsoft because back then we couldn't have shipped it for PlayStation and Switch. And since we knew how important multiplayer and crossplay would be, we decided to partner with Take-Two instead. I wonder if they're sort of regretting that decision because wasn't their publisher Private Division and they sort of went under? He goes, in my emails to Phil over the years, I always brought up how crazy it would have been if you could have only watched DVDs on Sony players, while for others you could have needed a Samsung player. Xbox and PS5 are basically contain the same hardware nowadays, so porting from one platform to the other isn't that big of a deal. The controllers are mostly the same. The Steam boxes will also be the same. So not supporting all these devices makes no sense that you just cut out a huge chunk of your audience. And he talks about how consoles have been stuck attracting the same 100 to 150 million players for over 2 decades, and the industry needs to grow. And the price of entry is still too high, selling these boxes, which seem to be getting more expensive. And he said, you ultimately want everyone with the screen and a controller to be able to play all games in order to finally break through the barrier and make games available to anyone. He said, I'd be surprised if Sony won't end up with the same strategy. People should buy the device they like the most, but they should then have access to all the content. So, he makes the argument that at least he thinks that PlayStation will follow Xbox eventually down the road into doing something similar, which, never say never, I guess, right?
See,
we've learned that lesson of because if you went back at the beginning of this generation, if future Jez came back to you and said, hey buddy, hey pal, and you'd be like, oh man, you're from 2025, what's it like? We have flying cars and everything? Jez would be like, huh, no. But imagine this. Xbox is fully multi-platform and putting games on PlayStation. You would joke and you'd be like, not a chance. No way in hell.
Yeah, I'd be like, that's just fanboy hopium, bro.
Yeah, that's just fanboy hopium.
Hard fanboy hopium. But it's not what happened. It's not how it panned out, man.
I'm just saying, who knows 10 years? In the year of our Lord 2036?
Why is it always the year of the Lord?
It's just a way of saying it, I mean, who knows what the future looks like 10 years from now?
I think Sony will capitulate and follow if Xbox fans or Xbox users. I mean, the fans will probably... Some fans will rage and quit and move on or whatever. But I think if there is still tens of millions of players on Xbox who are just stubbornly there in perpetuity and they're just like, I ain't leaving. Like, Leo in The Wolf of Wall Street. I think Sony will potentially eventually just be like, if we can just get loads of extra free money here, if we just put Helldivers 2 there or whatever other game. Because every time Microsoft puts a game on their system, it competes with their game too, And I think Sea of Thieves has sort of reached a point where I don't know if Sea of Thieves is going to be around forever, in terms of getting constant updates in perpetuity. It might have just hit the limit of what a fun they can extract with that engine, and Helldivers as well. And, in the future, eventually they'll be like, we need to look towards Helldivers 3. I'm sure they'll probably eventually make a Sea of Thieves 2 as well, eventually, down the line. But, Microsoft could... Imagine this, right? Imagine if Microsoft used the money they made from PlayStation to build a Helldivers clone that was basically as good as Helldivers in every way, and this is purely theoretical, as good as Helldivers in every regard, but it was, Halo, and it was against Covenant factions, Flood factions, and whatever else factions, Banished, if it makes sense in the timeline. And they put that up head-to-head with Helldivers 3, or 4, or 5, or whatever it is. And just imagine they're exactly the same in terms of quality. They're both as good as each other, except Halo's on every single platform, and Helldivers 2 is only on PlayStation and PC. What wins in that scenario? It's probably going to be the game that's everywhere, right? The one that's on Switch, the one that's on Xbox, PlayStation, PC as well. It's going to be the game that's on everywhere. It's going to be the game that's on everything.
You're saying that Xbox is cock blocking.
Yeah.
What you boil your argument down to is that putting Forza Horizon 5, which, I remember talking about this last year, I was trying to get people prepared because I kept on hearing about it. And I'm like, oh, imagine if Forza Horizon gets, because we had talked about Forza Horizon well, if Sea of Thieves made all this money, man, imagine how much Forza Horizon would make if you put that on Switch and PlayStation. Because there's really arcade racers. They don't make that many of them, and there's not a dedicated arcade racer on PlayStation. or Nintendo. I mean, I don't know how you want to quantify Mario Kart. Is Mario Kart an arcade racer? I mean, maybe you could make that argument. But yeah, you put Forza Horizon on PS5. What does that do to Gran Turismo? Now, granted, Gran Turismo 7 is a couple years old now at this point, and it's probably going to be some time before the next Gran Turismo. But so you're saying like essentially like Microsoft putting their games on PlayStation kind of was like damages PlayStation's own games?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
potentially.
I mean, I know there's only so many people, and they only have so much money to spend, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And maybe if you were to release Forza Horizon or a new Forza Horizon 6 around the time frame of, oh, here's a Gran Turismo 8, maybe they butt heads, but also like they're two different style racing games. I just can't imagine being like, well, Forza Horizon 6 is on PlayStation, and here's the new God of War game that somehow would take away from God of War. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, because even with Xbox, they released. You remember when they released Forza Horizon 5 and a week later they released Halo Infinite? And we were all worried about them like kind of eating into each other, but it really didn't seem like they did. At least not Forza Horizon, because Forza Horizon exploded out of the gate. But yeah, I mean, Xbox will be putting a lot of games out there. So, I mean, there is only so many players and almost only so much money. So, there might be a point to what you said there.
Yeah. I mean, this is a hypothetical, right? But one of the things everyone always criticized Xbox for was just the general quality or lack thereof of their first party. And we're talking like the Terry Myson, era here.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
break.
There was that stretch where they put out nothing but 60s. Remember?
The spree of 60s, in the Terry Myson era, because of the lack of investment they had, and because of like all the weird management issues and and not being serious enough about the competition that Sony was bringing. Meanwhile, Sony was putting out these photorealistic, big budget Hollywood grade bangers left, right, and center. Right. Microsoft's definitely hitting its stride now when it comes to game quality overall, but with the one of the reasons PlayStation could deliver that kind of cachet, that kind of level of quality, was because they had a bigger install base and just more money, on the back of it. And in one of those leaked slides from PlayStation's presentation, if indeed they were 100% authentic with no sneaky additions in there, one of the slides was saying like, we need Call of Duty, paraphrasing because I haven't got it in front of me, but one of the slides effectively alluded to the situation that Sony's first party quality is funded by Call of Duty microtransactions on its platform. Now, all of those microtransactions of Call of Duty are now flowing into Microsoft's pocketbook. So if Call of Duty subsidizes PlayStation's first party, what's it going to do for Microsoft in terms of getting the quality of their studios to the next level? We were talking earlier about Obsidian hiring some of their sort of legendary staff back. And all Microsoft studios have grown massively and gotten to the next level. Like South of Midnight might not be sort of super duper ultra AAA yet, but like you have to imagine like on the back of South of Midnight, if it's received well and it does well, Microsoft could potentially grow the studio to get them to that level. And when the money starts flowing from Call of Duty and all that kind of stuff, Microsoft invests more in building those variety kind of games, which Game Pass needs a drip feed of. It needs a drip feed of content. And maybe you eventually get to a point where you're putting so many games on PlayStation that actually are high quality and people want to play them. Game Pass just looks increasingly attractive from a pure economic standpoint.
Maybe.
So.
But also, don't forget the Switch 2 in this whole equation.
Yeah, but they'll get the Switch 2 money as well. Right. They're going to have tons of money.
Well, I mean, because
and a lot of that is reinvesting in growth.
A lot of the the doom and gloom. You had the Phil interview. Sorry, excuse me. And what he said, which we'll talk about some of his stuff. I'm sure everybody's already seen that stuff, and it's already been a week, so we'll just go over some of that stuff. But the Xbox financial calls of like, hey, revenue was down 7%, content and services were up 2%, and hardware revenue is down 29%. Now, a lot of PlayStation fans were making fun of the fact that Xbox was down, being like, oh, ABK was supposed to save everything, and now we know why you're putting games everywhere and all that sort of stuff. And some of the context is missing in this case of, you're comparing, this year was comparing to like the first quarter you actually had ABK, where you were still actually selling Call of Duty full price, and because you hadn't put in a Game Pass. So, with hardware declining, which, the hardware declines are pretty atrocious. It's basically like 30% every quarter. And I think I even saw someone say that it's possible Xbox made more money on Game Pass this quarter than hardware. So like hardware declines are real, and that obviously affects like overall revenue. So like hardware's down 29% revenue, that's going to affect that. But also, when you do a compare, like that was the first time they put Call of Duty in Game Pass, and you're looking at that and it's like, okay, we saw some estimates that maybe you would lose out on 6 million sales. You're definitely losing out on a bunch of sales on Xbox. And the thing is, like a $70 or $100 sale of Call of Duty is more revenue than 3 months of Game Pass Ultimate, right? So even if let's just say you lost 5 million, say like 5 million people who normally would buy that stuff that month, who normally would buy Call of Duty, decided to pay for Ultimate, you're still like out revenue, because like a single purchase is actually worth more. But the whole thing with the subscription play is it's long term. It's not about those 3 months. It's about getting those people to subscribe for 12. And then like the next quarter and the next quarter and the next quarter, and you have more and more subscribers. Now you're making more and more money. Like the comparison is simply between the first time you acquired ABK and were selling the game versus now a year later and your hardware is even doing worse. But also, like, you move this game that normally sold millions of copies into a service where, like, even if somebody signed up for all 3 months, it's still, like, the revenue decline is still going to be real. So, it'll be interesting to see what October, November, and December are this year and the comparison between last year, right? Because they're going to have more games. Call of Duty is going to be there again. It's the second year it would be in Game Pass. Did those users who subscribed last year actually stay throughout the whole year? Are you going to see a bump in that? I mean, they talked about how like Game Pass had its biggest like revenue quarter ever, I think is what Satya said. Which, it should have, because you put the biggest game in the world on there. And then Xbox is going to be putting stuff on every platform, right? Like you're going to be putting stuff on PlayStation and Switch and potentially earning more revenue. So, this upcoming fiscal year for them is probably going to be higher than the past one. Although, like, hardware revenue drop is like there's that's obviously going to affect a lot, because I don't really think there's a way that you can reverse that at this point. It's just going to constantly decline and decline and decline.
Yeah, until they release new hardware, baby.
Basically,
but I do wonder if they do. I do wonder if they do release third-party OEM licensed Xbox branded Isis ROG Ally Lenovo Legion Go this year. Will they count the licensing deals against those devices as part of Xbox's hardware revenue? I imagine they would.
Now, the thing about the next console is Phil actually talked about this in the great interviews with Destin Legary and Gamertag Radio, Dennis and Perry. And it's like straight up asked like why you should buy an Xbox in its multi-platform era. And Phil's quote basically came down to we want to win on capabilities. Now the big quote was and this came from Gamertag Radio, Danny and Paris. He says, I want people to pick hardware based on the capabilities of that hardware and how that fits into the choices they want to make. about where they want to play, and we want our hardware to win based on the hardware capabilities that we have. I think the difference that we've seen in the last 20 years, and I think that is good because I come from building games, is it's really games first, not platform first. Most of the games that you or I will talk about run across so many different platforms, and those are the games that are having success. Those are the games at the top of the charts. I want to build a platform that services those creators, the creators that are trying to meet people on every screen. So, and he goes, let's just say it. It's our own hardware. I think it's fundamental about what Xbox is. It's not lost to me that the box is in the name of our brand. In the position that I'm in, I look at the hardware as a critical part of what we do, but we're not trying to gatekeep the games off of other places for the benefit of it. Let's go build innovative hardware that people want to use to play, whether that's in their hands, whether it's on the television, or even in other places. And I love our hardware team. I spent some time with them just this week looking at the roadmap they have. I think we're learning a lot from this, like the Steam Deck and what does it mean for our games to be there. The ROG Ally, the Lenovo, what does Xbox mean on those platforms? I don't think we've tuned it perfectly yet, and I've spent a lot of time with the team on that, but I want to make progress there. So, I mean, it's an interesting question to pose to Phil about, like, hey, in this era of all your games are elsewhere, how are you going to sell people on the next generation of Xbox? And, you know, people are cautious about it because, I mean, let's just be honest here. You know, with their whole multi-platform approach, Look, I mean, I know Phil is CEO of a company, and you really should always just be wary of what CEOs say about anything because they are just probably saying what they need to say to sell you a product. And corporations are not your friends, right? Corporations are definitely not your friends.
And they also need to... They also speak, even if they're speaking like to gamers on a podcast, they also say things... They frame things in a way that can't be picked up as a negative by shareholders as well.
Right, but I was trying to make the point that, like, some people are going to look at what Phil is saying and just not believe what he has to say because of, I mean, just a year ago, he's like, it's just 4 games, guys. You know, this isn't indicative of a future strategy and all the things he said about that. And clearly, well, you know, whether or not it was true at that time, whether it was just a smokescreen to kind of stop people from overreacting, or whatever the truth is at that point in time, it ended up being the opposite of what he said. And some people will hold that to him. Some people will remember what he said about Bethesda when they acquired them in that round table. We acquired Bethesda because we wanted to give Xbox players more exclusives. It was about giving Xbox players more exclusives on platforms where Game Pass exists. That's not true now either. So a lot of people look at what Phil says, and, you know, because of the things he said in the past, they don't believe him. And it's like, oh, you're just going to say what you need to say, you know. But, like, looking at the context of what he said, wanting to win on capabilities and making innovative hardware is, you know, a noble, like, concept. But, I mean, I don't know what else you're supposed to say. Because before it was like, hey, we have these games that are only here, and a lot of the hardcore crowd, a lot of the early adopter crowd buy in because they want that stuff, and it trickles down to other people, and who gets the biggest platform, then it becomes kind of the platform you buy. But when you lose that, it's like, okay, well, why should I buy your hardware now? And, you know, Game Pass would be an answer of like, hey, you can play all of our games for free, and we have this, and you can play all that stuff, but I don't know what people really expected him to say about, like, hey, why should people buy your hardware? It's like, well, we want to innovate and we want to do all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, that's all great. But the thing is, like, what does that even mean? And so, like, when I read this and I see, like, hey, we want you to buy this based on the capabilities and we want to innovate and all that stuff, it's like, it doesn't mean anything to me at this current point in time because I don't know what innovations you're potentially thinking of, or the capabilities that you're going to have into it. I mean, you didn't put out a mid-gen upgrade. You know, you say you want to win on capabilities. Is power something you want to in that area, or is that not important? right? And I know like you're not going to talk about what your plans are about like the things you want to do to innovate in that space because you're not ready to talk actually about your next gen console yet because it's still, you know, whether it's coming out in a year or coming out in 2 years, it's still too further away and too, like I'm not saying in the early stages, but it's just like some of these things may work and some of these things that we're planning may pan out and they may not. So when I read this, it's like, yeah, it's exactly what I expected him to say, but I also really think there's really nothing there. It's kind of like what he has to say to sell like the future of the hardware, but also it's like vague enough where it's like, yeah, capabilities and innovative, but it's like there's no meat to it. I don't know what sort of innovations you're planning. So it's hard to be like, oh, yeah, that sounds really cool. I mean, I'm excited for it because it's the next Xbox console, and that's where I like to play and all those sort of things. But like, just talking about it and being like, we want to win on I don't know. Am I kind of crazy? Maybe I'm off on this.
You are a bit crazy, bro.
Okay, I am a bit crazy.
You're a bit crazy, bro.
I don't know. I just feel like
with regards to go on.
I don't know. I feel like the idea of like we want to win based on our capabilities and innovations and stuff is a noble pursuit. But I also feel like that is the only way to really sell the console anymore because you're putting your games everywhere. So that selling point is gone. So it's like that's exactly what I expected him to say. But when you talk about innovations and capabilities, they're sort of empty words until you can define what those innovations and capabilities are. Because otherwise, to me, right now, it doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean?
Broski, at the end of the day, he was on a podcast.
I know. And they only had 26 minutes. Look,
you're expecting to whip out a
I understand that.
For the good people at Gamertag or Destin?
No. And I think they did a great job. That's not even really a problem I have. I'm just dissecting the words in a podcast that he said about this stuff and giving my own thing. I'm not mad. I'm not upset. I'm just like, that was what I was thinking when I was listening to it. That's all. You know, I don't expect them to do a deep dive in any of this stuff until they're ready to talk about the console.
Well, broski. My takeaway from his hardware comments were essentially like, the reason Xbox 360 sort of leapfrogged the PS3 at the end of the day was hardware differentiation. Mm-hmm. It wasn't as a result of having exclusive games.
No,
like I personally bought an Xbox 360 because it was cheaper than the PS3. It was modular. You know, it didn't come with Wi-Fi out of the box. So I didn't have Wi-Fi at the time, you know, so I could just plug it in with an Ethernet cable. That lowered the price. There was a version that didn't come with a hard drive, so again, lowered the price, you know. So there was some hardware innovation there. And also the PowerPC stuff helped them get PC ports at a greater efficacy than the PS3 did. So you could argue that the PS3 innovated in the wrong direction, you know, and that helped Xbox gain a foothold in the industry, right? So if Microsoft's like looking back at strategies that have worked for them in the past, when they have historically been third place forever, they're dealing with not having the same kind of nostalgic cachet as Nintendo or PlayStation, or an established sort of global presence. The ways they've managed to maintain a presence in this industry has always been as a result of hardware differentiation and innovation. Innovations like Xbox Live, you know, backwards compatibility, Game Pass, you know, all that kind of stuff that they've been doing over the years. The modularity and the affordability of the 360, you know, building a computer that, you know, was on that level, you know. So for me, I thought that was quite a compelling hint of what they're going to be going for with the next gen. And if they do have the subsidization, because all this hardware is subsidized, on the back of software sales at the end of the day. Right. What would hardware look like if it's subsidized not only by Xbox's install base, but also PC, Switch, and PlayStation? That's a lot of money, right, to subsidize. And I know some people in chat are a bit triggered about this, right? But
About
I'm
what I
just
said or about what you're saying?
no about what I said, right?
Okay.
They're a bit upset and triggered, right? But I'm saying this A, for the sake of argument, and B, because I'm choosing to be optimistic about what they're going to be doing with next gen hardware, because it's like you say, it's a noble goal, and it's kind of like it's a noble goal to want to deliver hardware differentiation and innovation, especially in an era where hardware manufacturers who are dedicated to this shit, like Samsung and Apple, they are struggling themselves with innovating in hardware because the silicon can't get any smaller. They can't do anything. They can't do anything innovative anymore with the iPhone or the Galaxy S25 Ultra. Like, I don't know if you saw the Galaxy S25. It is literally virtually identical to the S24. Virtually identical. There's no hardware innovation left to be had in iPhone, right? So I agree that it's with a healthy dose of skepticism that Xbox can truly deliver something seriously innovative when it comes to Xbox hardware, to the point where it's still compelling for people who see exclusives as the main reason they would buy a console. But core, the people who buy consoles for those exclusives, people our age, that's not what's driving the industry anymore. It's the fact of the matter is that people just want to play Fortnite and COD and Minecraft and Roblox and whatever. So if they can deliver a system that delivers on value and makes those experiences really good, I'm interested to see whether they can deliver. And there's no point like saying like it's cope or whatever. Like it's because they're not going to stop this strategy. They're not going to stop this strategy. And I've got a 4080 PC. So like if Xbox dies, then it is what it is, and I'll just become my PC at the end of the day. But they ain't going to stop. They ain't going to stop or U-turn on this strategy. They're going to stick with it. So you can either just be mad forever in perpetuity, or you can just be like, well, okay, I don't think this is a good idea. I don't think this is a good idea, but I'm going to wait and see. I'm going to wait and see what happens. And that's kind of where I'm at right now, because there's just no point being mad all the time, man.
Well, social media is geared towards making people upset all the time about everything, right?
Yeah.
So,
there's a lot of people like use this kind of the console war as a sort of almost like a way to channel frustrations from other aspects of their lives. I kind of feel like, and I've sort of gone through this sort of frustration with Xbox and being like, this is a mistake. I said to people in LA, to their face, I said it to their faces, that they're making a huge mistake. They've got all these games. Why can't we at least give it a chance? What would it look like if Doom: The Dark Ages was exclusive to Xbox? What would sales look like that month? Microsoft is convinced it wouldn't help. Microsoft is convinced it wouldn't help. And they will absolutely not change course no matter what anyone says. I'm convinced of this. Or at the very least, anyone here, myself, Rand, YouTubers, all this stuff, they are not going to change course. No matter how angry you get, no matter how many tweets you write, no matter what positions you sign, no matter how many photographs you post of fake destroyed Xbox consoles, they are not going to change course. So what do you do in that situation? Do you continue tweeting angrily about it, or do you just accept it and move on? And I've kind of got to the point where I've accepted it and I've moved on. There's literally nothing any of us can say or do besides voting with your wallet, going to PlayStation. If all Xbox users move to PlayStation tomorrow, or at least a significant amount of them, and stop giving them money, then maybe they'd change tack. But so far, that hasn't happened. And to be honest, I kind of feel like if that did happen, they'd just use that as evidence that their strategy is the right one.
Yeah. I mean,
if you stop buying games on Xbox, Microsoft's going to be like, oh, well, this proves that we're right to move to another console. So there's just nothing. There's just nothing you can do, because if you stop buying games on Xbox, they'll need to put games on PlayStation even more. If you keep buying games on Xbox, then they're just going to be like, well, nothing's going wrong, you know. It's catch-22. This is the strategy. This is the situation with Xbox now. So you've got to just move on with your life, or just accept it. And I've become Zen, Rand. I've become Zen.
Become Zen Jez.
I'm Zen.
Gotta give a huge shout out to Face23BKNY with a $300 super chat. He says, PS5 is the only platform where I can play both Gran Turismo and Forza. That's a big deal. Or play it on Game Pass. Here's the other 300 Rand. No excuse to get a PS5 Pro. Yeah, I mean, since you basically gave $700, so I'm going to have to get a PS5 Pro this year, probably before Ghost of Yotai comes out. That'll be when I'll make that purchase. But I appreciate your support. You've supported the channel since basically we started doing this. And thank you very much. It means a lot. And I'll make sure when I buy a PS5 Pro, I'll be like, courtesy of Face, and then I can play. You know, I basically only play like the PlayStation games on there. But thank you. Joaquin's with the $4.99 says, Jez, any idea why PlayStation canceling a Demon's Souls port is a good idea? Seems like a layup. Their studios seem to really struggle with PC porting.
I did not know they'd canceled.
Well, that's the thing. See, these are all rumors. Okay, there's a rumor going around that Sony canceled the Demon's Souls port, and they also canceled the Gran Turismo 7 PC port. Whether that's true or not, who knows? There's a lot of rumors going around now. See, I think I've mentioned this before. Like, now that Xbox is the Band-Aid's ripped off, I guess you can say, right? Phil went on these interviews, and Phil talked about like the multi-platform, and was even asked about Starfield, and he would, is Starfield gonna stay exclusive? And Phil basically was like, well, he said no, but he's like, I'm not gonna there's no reason to put a ring fence around any game. He said there's no reason for me to put a ring fence around any game and say this game will not go to a place where it would find players, would have business success for us. Our strategy is to allow our games to be available. Game Pass is an important component of playing games on our platform, but to keep games off other platforms, that's not a path for us, and that doesn't work for us. Microsoft wants to be, he says that Microsoft wants Xbox to be the platform that enables, quote, the world's biggest games to be available in multiple places. So, I mean, okay, so Phil said that, and it was kind of apparent. It was even apparent last year when he was at like the showcase and said, we're going to bring more games to PlayStation and other platforms. But now that he said that, and now that Forza Horizon 5 is announced for PlayStation 5, suddenly, like, it's weird. Suddenly, like, you have these rumors and leaks about other Xbox games, and it's like, but none, I mean, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, oh, there's a rumor that Fable's going to be day one on PlayStation and Switch 2. Wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, of course, but it's just funny. It's like all this information's out. They basically said, no game's going to be ring fenced. And now it's like rumors from, oh, this game's coming. It's like, yeah, there are probably as many as they can. And, I would imagine a lot of the games is like right now. Yeah. I think like you're probably looking at everything being day one, whether, the Gears collection comes out, that'll be day one everywhere. Fable probably be turned into day one, potentially. Like, that's just what the future is. And, I thought maybe they would lean more into FOMO and being like, all right, we're, 6 months. I guess it really depends on, like, the time frame of and the resources, like Avowed and South of Midnight being exclusive for now. Probably more has to do with like okay, we need development to finish. We just didn't have time to really do any of this stuff. But later games coming out like end of this year, early next year, the year after, that'll be all factored into everything. So like you can imagine that. I thought maybe they would be like, okay, we'll keep Gears Z-Day and maybe put it elsewhere 6 months later. But if you're looking to maximize revenue, then it's day one. It is. That's when you're going to get the most, bang for your buck. I mean, look at Spider-Man 2 just came to PC a year after release. Spider-Man 2018 took like 4 years, and Spider-Man 2018 had like 70,000 concurrent at launch. This Spider-Man 2 is like 18,000. And, well, also because apparently it's a bad port. The Steam reviews are pretty bad for it or whatever.
Yeah.
But what would the concurrent look like if it was day one, right? So you lose a lot. I mean, we talked about this before about Final Fantasy 16. When that finally came to PC, nobody really bought it because, you know, you sort of knew the quality of the game and all that sort of stuff. So I think you're just going to see pretty much everything be day one. And it's just funny, you're going to have people like put it out there as a leak and all that stuff. And it's just like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I mean, this is the era we're in. And it's like I've always said, I mean, it's your money. You do what you want with it. If you don't think Xbox is providing the value that you want, then, I mean, go where you think you should, or where you think your money will get the most, you get the most use. If that's going to playing things like Face said, like, well, now if I get a PlayStation, I can play Gran Turismo and Forza.
That's absolutely
go there,
like,
or you know, PC. It's just you need to make that decision yourself. Like, you could listen to me and Jez, and I could give you my opinion, or you can listen to people elsewhere about what you should or shouldn't do. But at the end, it's your call. You know, Xbox. This is the future of Xbox. And I know a lot of people don't want to believe it, or maybe they didn't believe it when it was just when you know, we were telling them like last year that this is the way it was going to go. But this is the future that they've decided they need to do. And if that's not something you're interested in, you know, it is a consumer device after all. You know, so it's like you can walk away from it. You know, they don't have any loyalty to you. Should you have loyalty to them? Just play where you want to. Play where you have the most fun. That's really it. Play where you want to is the mantra.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally valid. Like, if you look at it, like when me and Rand are discussing things, a lot of it is just for the sake of discussion. You know, like me saying, like, I think Xbox will have, you know, amazing hardware innovation next gen or whatever. Just for the sake of discussion. I don't know what's going to happen. You know, it's a podcast at the end of the day. I think it's completely valid to look at Xbox's strategy and be like, this ain't for me. You know, at the end of the day, if I can get Gran Turismo and Forza on a single console, then I'm going to go to switch over there. You know, it's totally valid. But in the same vein, it's totally valid if you want to stay on Xbox and be like, I ain't got time for both. I'm just going to play Forza on my Xbox.
I like the ability to use Game Pass and get all this stuff without having to spend any money. I like their controllers better. I like the achievement system. This is where all my purchases are. You know, this is where all my friends are, etc., etc., etc. There's many different, you know, each thing's going to be more important to, you know, one thing. Someone may value exclusives higher than somebody else. Somebody may not even be like, I'm on Xbox, but I don't care about their exclusives because I like all this other stuff. I mean, each person's going to have their own reason for all this, or why, you know, like why they might want to not be here anymore, or why they would. So, I mean, hell, we have people, Patreon supporters, that don't even like Xbox anymore. They just like us. They just like the conversation and the community and everything. Like, they're like, oh, I jump ship to PC a long time ago, but I like you guys, and we still listen every week. You know, everyone's gonna have their own reasons for everything.
Yeah. Let's move on.
Let's move on. Well, we got Amish with NOK 50. I don't know what that is.
Oklahoma money.
Yeah. What is more useless than a 5080 GPU? Scalpers trying to sell a 5080 GPU. My dead Xbox is still working. Wired.
Weird.
Well, he spelled it wired though. But yeah, I would imagine he was supposed to say.
I thought you misread it.
Well, WIRED is wired, unless I'm
that's
seeing
an
it wrong.
autocomplete. That's an autocomplete.
But yeah, it's probably weird.
Fail.
Ultraman 5 with the 5 says, what if Microsoft puts no games on PS5 with the last 2 years Sony had? supporting the competition for the sake of more money. I thought they wanted competition. I mean, Satya did say he wanted competition. But I think that was more in the bit of trying to get ABK done. Because, like, we know how Satya truly felt. I mean, he said it as much. I don't want exclusives. I don't care about exclusives. You know? Phil was the one who cared about that stuff. And, well, I mean, you see where we're at. So I guess you can see who won the argument. Because there ain't no more. You know? So Satya and the money won. You know, I sort of wonder, like, if... Jez, if you went back, and let's say Microsoft was blocked from ABK, or Microsoft never made the ABK purchase, do you think this is happening now? Or does he think... Because Phil always said, like, the ABK purchase accelerated our plans.
Honestly, don't know.
Do you think, like, the multi-platform push would be happening now as it is? Or would it be, like, 10, 12 years from now? Because... yeah, you wouldn't have ABK stuff, but also you wouldn't have spent $80 billion.
I think if they never tried to buy ABK and just focused entirely on what they had, I think then it would have been delayed. But I think they were so distracted with ABK and they invested so much time and money into fighting those legal battles. Because, you know, Brad Smith was there, all the hours, the hundreds, maybe thousands of hours, all the lawyers, you know, that was not cheap. So I think if they'd tried to acquire ABK and spent all that money and then failed, then yeah, I think it still happens because Microsoft has to pay Xbox has to pay Microsoft back for the failure of getting that through, right? So, but I think if they'd never gone for it in the first place, I think they probably would have doubled down on trying to get more stock and doing all this other stuff and maybe going after someone smaller, maybe a Take-Two, something like that. Someone smaller but still significant enough to have sort of those zeitgeisty kind of linchpins underpinning its company, but I don't know. There's an interesting comment from Nomad right now. It just popped up on screen.
Outer Worlds Space Choice Edition just got removed from sale on Xbox and Xbox PC app. Along with all other Private Division games, know anything? Well,
I have just emailed PR about this because Omen on our Discord also mentioned that to me.
But
so,
didn't Private Division...
Private
Division was shut down, right?
I guess it was. But the game's still available on other on the storefronts, apparently.
I'm saying, like, I could have sworn... That was the whole thing with No Rest for the Wicked, because Private Division was their publisher. Because the whole thing with Thomas Mahler was what he said about PlayStation and what he said about Xbox. So this is good. He thinks PlayStation can do it. But there's rumors that they might be working on Ori 3 because he said he just got off of a phone call meeting with Microsoft. So there's a lot of being like hope that, okay, maybe after No Rest for the Wicked, they jump to Ori 3. Even though in that same conversation, he sort of thinks someone is working on Ori 3, or he thinks it's a possibility. And there were rumors like a couple years ago that a new studio had taken over and is working on the next Ori game. So I could have sworn, let me bring up Google. I could have sworn Private Division shut down. Like Take-Two closed it like a couple months ago.
Yeah, it was closed.
Okay.
Well, it sold it off.
Oh, they sold it off?
To an unnamed...
Oh, to an undisclosed... Okay, so they sold it off to an undisclosed buyer in November of 2024. So we still don't know who the buyer was, huh?
10 quid, says Embracer Group.
Yeah, Take-Two also closed Intercept Games. Okay, yeah, so I remember this. So they sold them, but we don't know who they sold them to. And
Embracer Group would have to disclose that.
And now Private Division's games are disappearing from the platform? Yeah, you definitely should email PR and get a statement about that.
Maybe Sony bought them.
Doubtful.
Can you imagine? And then Sony's like, yeah, we're gonna pull those games off Xbox. No, I don't know. It's weird with Outer Worlds, especially because it's like the Outer Worlds obviously is Microsoft owned IP, but not the first game or something.
Probably don't own the publishing rights to the first game.
Yeah, so now they've got a franchise which they own part of, which is weird, right?
Well,
So
if
whoever bought,
it's weird because if it's just the Spacer's Choice edition, that was like the definitive edition. So there
no, it's
should.
all of them.
Oh, so they removed like Outer
But
Worlds as well.
I think when they added the Spacer's Choice version, they removed the old version because I can't find any version of Outer Worlds on the Microsoft Store right now.
Interesting.
So I've emailed PR and we'll ask them what's going on.
All right. Nerds and Other Legends with the 5 says Microsoft has insulated themselves for either scenario, whether you stay on Xbox or there is a mass exodus. Their strategy keeps them on solid ground. And I think they also think that this is basically the future, that they're one step ahead. And sometimes, as we've mentioned before, Xbox might see what like the trends are in the future,
but they don't execute on them very well.
Yeah, like whether it's like the digital game ownership in 2013 or Kinect. I mean, I still remember people being like, a camera in my house? Oh my God, the NSA is going to listen to me because they had a microphone. And now literally everybody's got cameras everywhere in their house. Everybody's got like Siri and Google Home everywhere where you can just be like, hey, and then it picks up and, oh, they got like cameras, outside from Amazon, like Ring, whatever those things are called. Like people love cameras and audio devices in their house now. But back then, oh my God, that was a no-no. It was dirty. That was evil. It's kind of crazy. But hey, those things happen. Even the TV stuff. Microsoft wanted to do all that stuff. And it didn't work out. But now that's like, hey, that's a way to grow the game and the audience, so.
Netflix Devil May Cry series just came out.
Well, yeah, they released a trailer for it yesterday. Yeah.
Released a trailer, yeah. And we've got Gears stuff coming down the pipeline, supposedly.
Gears collection potentially this year. Gears E-Day maybe this year. I know Tom Warner was reporting that.
But the Gears Netflix stuff, I mean.
Yeah, well, we haven't really had any updates on that yet, so we'll see. They're supposed to make a Gears movie and then like a Gears animated show. But I haven't seen any casting for the Gears movie yet, so we'll see.
If they don't cast Batista, it's like,
I mean, they may. I don't know. Noob Sabat with the 5 says, I think the Xbox strategy going forward is all big budget and live service games are multi-platform and the smaller games stay exclusive. Well, it's kind of like what Jez wrote in his article a month ago. If the Xbox has exclusives, it's because they're incidental or for incidental reasons. So, something like South of Midnight may go to PlayStation in the future, but it may not because Compulsion's a small studio and the resources may not be many. And maybe they decide it's not worth it. But
it's like I wrote last month. Exclusives on Xbox will be the exception rather than the rule. And anything that remains exclusive on Xbox will be incidental. It'll be as a result of the studio being small, not being set up for simultaneous development, there not being a port studio available, because let's remember, Forza Horizon 5 is being ported
by
PlayStation
Panic Button. Yep.
By Panic Button. So that's because Horizon doesn't have internal mechanics for setting up a PlayStation game.
You don't think Playground has PlayStation dev kits?
I mean, I would imagine not.
You don't think so?
Right now.
I mean, maybe they will in the future, or Switch dev kits.
Maybe they will in the future.
But yeah, I mean, that's usually how this stuff goes. It's like somebody else is going to do the port job.
Yeah. Maybe it's just cheaper to get ported after the fact right now. Rather than try and spin up a team with the expertise in order to deliver that, rather than try and get the dev kits from Sony. Maybe it's just cheaper to do it after the fact.
I don't know if you've loaded up. Like I can imagine, like for anybody who hasn't played Forza Horizon 5, if you load that up now, there's so much content in that game, right? Because you've gone through all the seasonal stuff, all the extra stuff they added, the 2 expansions. Like there's a lot there, and it's top of the line. It is like the best racing game. I mean, if you don't like simulator, like it's not sim, but you talk about the top of the line, it's Forza Horizon. Dominates racing. I think 43 million players or whatever it had. I mean, now you add PlayStation and it's going to be on Switch too. I mean, you're going to get a whole bunch, and I think I don't think we'll see Forza Horizon 6 this year. I'm thinking that's more next year. But at that point, I bet you, Forza, it's just crazy. Like, you'll be able, it's like Sea of Thieves. Like, you turn it on in PlayStation after 10 seasons and 11 stuff, and how much different Sea of Thieves was then compared to, or how much different Sea of Thieves is now compared to what it launched with. Like, Forza Horizon is the same thing. Like, you're going to load that game up, and it's just going to be, that map is just going to be Ubisoftification. So many icons everywhere, and it's just so much stuff to do. So, I'm very curious to see how that's going to perform on both platforms.
Yeah.
Because right now, yeah, you could argue on PlayStation there's not really a competitor, but I think if it launches around the Switch launch, I don't know. There's Mario Kart 9. Mario Kart 9. I mean, that's Mario Kart 9 or Mario Kart 8 sold like 60 million copies, so that'd be some big competition. But we'll see how that pans out. Kevin says, with the 5, do you think Xbox will use this multi-platform strategy as an opportunity to take bigger risk with the next console? Jez, I think me and you talked about that before we went live, right?
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it earlier. Like,
Oh yeah,
if they've got more money, they could potentially take more risks. Spend more money on R&D. I mean, that's my hopium. That it's because you have to admit the current slate of hardware is not very interesting. The Xbox is just literally a tower with a disk drive and a button.
It's not visually appealing, or are you
Just
saying
anything.
like the hardware
it's
in general is just not?
It's not innovative. Like, it's at least Sony did the sort of haptics on the controller, right?
Well, that's not, yeah, but that's a controller. That's not. I mean, I guess sure. I mean, hey,
it's the overall experience. There's
sure.
it's just a more powerful Xbox One. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe with Call of Duty, more subsidization, they can try something a little bit more unique. But I don't know. We'll see. I think a lot of it will boil down to software. It'll probably be things like there'll probably be an NPU on board, AI stuff, super sampling, super res, frame generation maybe. And then who knows what else they could add to that shit, Make the operating system better, add picture-in-picture back. I don't know. We'll see.
Right. Rave Damos with the 5. The game is the new platform. Forza on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC, and Switch 2 becomes a larger brand than a gaming ring fence to one or two platforms. I mean, Forza's probably going to be the biggest racing game in the world. I mean, you can compare it to Mario Kart 8 and how much Mario Kart 8 sold, but I mean, they're two different style of games. But yeah, I mean, Forza basically going to become the biggest racing brand in the world. So,
yeah,
you're definitely right about that.
Yep.
Crippling Debt with the 20 says, the 5090 came out and to no one's surprise sold out and is up on eBay for triple the retail cost. Xbox now has a partnered credit card. I think they should make those who have an Xbox credit card have a guaranteed pre-order. Jez, convey. They do.
I will send that up the chain.
I have seen advertisements of the credit card on the Xbox dashboard. I just wonder. I wonder how many people they actually get to like sign up through the dashboard. They see that credit card and they're like, "Oh, yeah, let me get this Xbox branded thing."
Yeah, maybe. Not available over here.
Purple Haze with the 5. What would be the reason for Steam or Epic Games Store not to be on the next Xbox console? Because Steam doesn't want it to be, I guess.
Yeah, it would boil down to like Steam doesn't think they need to bother with it,
or like they don't let you access like Windows to be able, like, it's probably just going to be a PC, but will you be able to access Windows to do other things? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't use any of the handheld stuff, but I'm assuming, like, I've seen pictures of the ROG and what it looks like and stuff. But
it's just a laptop with controller on.
So like, if Xbox doesn't give you the ability to access that, where it's just like you're always stuck in the UI, but it would just be Steam doesn't want it there.
Yeah,
would be really it. And the thing is, when you look at it from each perspective, I don't see why Steam wouldn't want it there. Because what's it to them? Like, if somebody loads into the Steam store from the Xbox console and buys a game straight from them, they're going to get the money for it, and then potentially they may be able to steal that user over to PC. You know, like, I sort of see it as like a win-win for Steam. I just stood a question like, what's in it for Microsoft? You know,
the reasons it might not happen is purely on virtue of the fact that maybe it can't run traditional Win32 versions without some kind of developer intervention. You know, because Win32, from a gaming perspective, has a lot of overhead, and if you are making a console, it's antithetical in a way to put full-blown Windows on it. I mean, it would make more sense for Microsoft to build the next Xbox on Linux and put Proton on it. If they want to put Steam on there, potentially. God, that'd be crazy, man. Microsoft making a Linux Xbox with Proton.
yeah.
And then you've just got a Steam machine at that point. I don't know, man. It could go either way. We'll see what happens. I'm really curious about how they're gonna navigate some of this shit. Because it's not just the tech intrigue. It's the software intrigue and also the licensing intrigue. You know, the reason why we have like this drip feed of games coming to cloud gaming, because Microsoft, when they licensed a lot of these old school games, there was no mention of being able to stream your own game in cloud as part of that licensing deal. So Microsoft having to gradually speak to publishers and be like, do you want us to put this on cloud? If so, sign this agreement. You know? But I presume the next Xbox will have a cloud agreement built into it.
You would think.
But,
you would think.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, man. It's wild, man. It could go any number of directions. I'm intrigued about it. As a Windows user and an Xbox user.
Purple Haze with 20 says, and why would PlayStation not put their games everywhere as well? If Xbox does put the Steam and Epic Store on their console, PlayStation games go to Xbox. Pause. Full price for Sony games. PlayStation plays full price for Xbox. Well, I mean, we've had this conversation about like the idea if like Steam is on Xbox or if Epic Store is on Xbox, then the PlayStation games would be there. But I also think Sony's petty enough where they would tell Steam not to enable those devices to play their games, like just block those IDs. You know what I mean?
So weird, because Microsoft wouldn't see any money from that. It's so weird, man.
I know, but I could just see it as like, I'm just saying, I could see Sony being petty, but I could see it. I think PlayStation is still very much like, maybe they view it right now as like they got Xbox on the ropes, and all it's going to take is some more body hits and a couple uppercuts, and they're on the mat. Like, maybe Sony thinks that they can kill them off, and this is how they're going to grow in console, is by getting rid of Xbox and taking their users from them.
Well, this is
right?
like,
but
well, this
maybe
is
not.
The thing when you have organic decline, the way you grow, and let's be real, all the analysts say that console industry is in an organic decline. The way you grow in an organic decline is to steal share. So that will be Sony's strategy, is to steal share at the end of the day. Microsoft's strategy is to move into other verticals.
Yeah, Microsoft's strategy is to use Nintendo and PlayStation's user base to make money.
Yeah, and they're going to steal share within their own stores, because let's face it, you could either play, you can only play one game at a time. And if Microsoft's, you know, getting people to play Call of Duty instead of Helldivers, yeah, Sony gets a cut, but Xbox gets a bigger cut, you know?
Yeah.
And if those updated Activision shares, the share of their income, the share of their cut was adjusted based on the negotiations, they're getting a bigger cut too. So.
Well, you know, speaking of PlayStation, they had some news this week. Little turmoil in the front office.
In paradise.
Because Herman Hulst got demoted, or rather, someone got promoted over him. I'm not sure, like, exactly, like, what you would label this, because when Jim Ryan, lying, crying, flying, Saving Private Ryan, oh man, I miss talking about Jim. I really do. I really miss talking about our buddy Jim. But, you know, when he left, when he retired, or as some other people would say, when he was forced out, it's funny because he left before any of his initiatives could come bear fruit, or Xbox had bought ABK, so he's like peace, and basically like walked out of the PlayStation offices while he threw a match behind him. And it's like, oh shit, right? Oh, you wanted us to make live service games, and we all know the story, but they basically replaced him with co-CEOs, two co-CEOs. One of them was Herman Hulst, who was like kind of running the PlayStation Studio business, very much like the Matt Booty analog in that scenario, right? He was basically their Matt Booty, and Hideki Nishino was running, the PlayStation business. He was basically like the Sarabond in that analogy. And they've been doing this since last year. But they announced that as of April 1st, Hideki Nishino, I know I said that completely wrong, he will become president and CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment as a whole. So no more co-CEO, as well as his continued role as CEO of the Platform Business Group, and that Herman Hulst will continue to be the CEO of the Studios Business Group, but now he will report up to Nishino. So a little bit of a change there, even though I think they mentioned that they were going to go to one single CEO again in the future. I can't imagine this was a very good showing for Herman Hulst, because you got Concord flop on him. You have all these cancellations of games on him. Yeah, I don't think you could really promote that person.
No, imagine not.
So like you promoted the business guy. So it's like, okay, how in line is he going to be in with Sony Group's president, CEO, and CFO Hiroki Toroki? Because they've said a lot of things about like being all different places and PC and all that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, what do you think about this? Does this say anything? It's like, well. It's just kind of that's what happens when you cancel games and have the biggest flop in the industry. You can't really promote that person to like the head of all of PlayStation. So,
yeah, I think it was a bad timing for Herman Hulst. I mean, obviously he's had a mountain of success stories under his belt.
Has he though? Really though? Has he? Has he really? I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, because those big franchises were big and built.
Not being too generous.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of those big franchises that PlayStation relies on were all built during like the Jack Tretton. Who was the guy after Jack Tretton? The guy we talked about him earlier. God, I'm losing my mind here. The guy who joined Tencent.
Oh, Sean
Layden, like, the God of War reboot, right? Like Horizon, Zero Dawn and all that stuff, like those franchises. Like that saw success in the previous generation, all in the Spider-Mans, and then they brought them forward to this gen. So Spider-Man 2 and God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West and stuff, those were all like created under different leadership. And like Herman Hulst, he's been there, but it's like, what has Herman Hulst done? Like, okay, you can point to maybe Returnal, although maybe that started before him. And it's like,
it wasn't the biggest game
I guess you
in the
could say
world,
Helldivers 2 was a big success, but also you look at something like Concord, which is an embarrassment, and then all the cancellations of the live service stuff. So I'm
looking at the timeline now, and I'm ascribing to him a lot of the stuff that Sean Layden did.
Yeah, so it's like, I don't know. Is Herman Hulst really... I don't know if he's really had any really big hits that he basically greenlit. Because even when you look at Helldivers 2, it's like, was that greenlit under Herman Hulst, or was that previous thing? You can even give it to him, but then it's like Concord kind of cuts that out, and like putting all those other studios on these live service games and canceling them is like, what big hit has he had? I mean, okay, Astrobot and Astrobot won Game of the Year, but Astrobot ain't selling 20 million copies, right? It's like sales success and that stuff. So it's like, has there been a new franchise that has really, that has come out and replicated what Horizon has done? I don't think so. So I don't know. I don't really think he's done. He does have the new stuff with Kojima coming, right? Like that new IP, Kojima's return to like the stealth action stuff, but that's like going to be a PS6 game. So I don't know. Maybe some of the money hat deals, like Silent Hill 2, which just announced 2 million copies sold, is that something that he'd be responsible for? But if you're just looking at studios, I mean, we just talked about Bungie, how most people would view the Bungie acquisition as a D right now.
Okay. Look. I mean, get the point. He's probably not qualified to be CEO.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, so it's like, of course, you're going to put the guy who's in charge of the overall business in charge. But it'd be interesting to see if, what he does with it, or if there's going to be any changes at all. But yeah, Herman Hulst, you had your chance and you fumbled it completely.
Fumbled the bag.
Fumbled the bag.
You can win it back. It just needs like a streak of wins now.
And one more thing before we get into Patreon questions. World of Warcraft was basically marketed to come to Xbox, the console, and Game Pass, and then they said it was a mistake. Which they said it was a mistake right away, but it's like, how do you make that mistake, Jez? How does somebody approve those marketing stuff and be like, yeah, this is right, and then being like, actually, this is all wrong? Is it really a mistake, though, Jez? Is it really a mistake?
Yeah. Well, put it this way, right? What I know about World of Warcraft on console is that there is a small task force at Blizzard, I've heard, whose job it is, or at least this is going back a few months now. It was their job to examine the logistics about bringing World of Warcraft to console and in what way they could do it. Does it need to be the same servers? Are they going to split the servers? Are they going to change the gameplay? Are they going to change the difficulty? Are they going to change the class mechanics? Because the game is designed that it has to be played with a mouse and keyboard for certain classes. I don't think there's any way you could play a Disc Priest effectively without a mouse and keyboard. At least not to like a high standard. So, or at least, is there are there things you could do to offset that? Like change some of the Disc Priest abilities to auto-target instead of having to click on the specific members of the raid, things like that. The way Final Fantasy gets around it is they only let the healers target 5 people in an Alliance raid. But in WoW, you're kind of asked to click on any one of 30 people, which you couldn't do that with a joystick. The whole raid would die. Like playing a Disc Priest in WoW is a bit like playing a musical instrument, Or as Solithida in chat says, need a lot of keybinds from my Affliction Warlock. Exactly, Affliction as well. A lot of keybinds. But Demonology Warlock has a lot of keybinds. So there is a task force exploring how to get this done. I think they will do it eventually, but we ain't even in the production phase right now for WoW on console.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Someone somewhere miscommunicated pretty hard, I think.
Okay, well, you know what? Guys, if you enjoyed the podcast, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you're listening to this later on Spotify or iTunes, leave us a review or a thumbs up. Rate us. Helps out a lot. And, while you're there, while you're here, maybe think about supporting the Patreon, patreon.com/XB2, where you get access.
There's a free one.
Yeah, free tier. Where you get access to early podcasts and exclusive podcasts and the question and answers, which we're going to be getting to in just a second, and a whole bunch of stuff. Which we're going to get to the question and answers right now, Jez. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Do it. We have one here from Last Horizon. Hey, guys. Why haven't you had Phil on the podcast? Oh, man. I mean, we're not as cool as Dustin or Paris or Danny.
That's pretty much the answer.
Yeah. Xbox PR doesn't like us. Jez leaks stuff, and that's usually like a bad thing. I don't know. I mean, I'd love to have Phil on. But sometimes I think they view. Sometimes
Not
I think.
brand safe.
Sometimes I think PR views, like they view Danny and like Paris and Destin as professionals, right?
Yeah.
And I think sometimes they view something like us, Xbox 2, me and Jez, as more
Chaos.
not. I mean, because we definitely don't run a professional podcast. I mean, Mr. Jez Diva shows up 5 minutes before the show goes live every week. And is like, "Is my tea ready, Rand?" You know, so maybe we're just like. I mean, I guess you could say we're just a fan podcast. I guess. And you know, Jez does it professionally, as in like, well, Jez, you call yourself a blogger. You don't even call yourself a journalist.
Well,
And I'm just a YouTuber, so.
And I don't do no journalism degree. I don't even have a degree.
And I think Phil wants to do the show. I think Phil would like to do the show, but I think when PR wants to put him in places, it's like they trust Danny and Destin and Paris to maybe ask certain questions where maybe they don't know what they're going to get with me and Jez or other, you know what I mean? Like maybe we're just too chaotic to put, but then it's like Phil is such a PR pro. It doesn't really matter if we asked him a question we weren't supposed to ask him because he'd be able to just give a good. It's not like Sarah Bond at Bloomberg, where she just like looked completely lost and just had a bunch of word salad, you know, or it was clearly she wasn't expecting it or she wasn't prepared for that answer or that question about. I think it was about shutting down Tango, right?
Yeah.
And it was just it was an answer that was just like, oh my god, how could you say this? But I think Phil's like such a pro. Like even if we asked him something he wasn't ready for, he'd have an answer ready. So, I mean, maybe one day. Maybe one day. Pat Rock says, should Xbox have a clause stating that if they publish a PC title on the Windows Store, there should be an X amount of time for an update to hit the store relative to other stores? Like if Steam has a version 2.1.4 and Windows Store is 2.1.3, they have a week or a month to have parity to Steam as per terms. I feel like it would help the current situation with the PC, Xbox on Windows perception. Maybe a lot of that has to do with certification, where it's super easy to get stuff certified on Steam and maybe more of a hassle on Xbox. I do think when you talk about like wanting to compete on PC, but then versions of your games or your releases not having like the same features as the version on Steam, I don't think that's a good thing. I mean, it's not a good thing. It's not that I don't think it's a good thing. It's clearly not. Like Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, not having DLSS at launch on your store, but Steam having it, and you having to wait like 5 days to get it. I don't know, like who's at. Is it because certification just takes longer, and Steam's just much easier? So they were just. It was easier for them to get it up and running on Steam and with all that stuff, and it just takes longer to do that on Xbox. I don't know the answer to that question. I mean,
yeah, I think the last thing you want to do is make it harder for devs on the on the Xbox PC ecosystem. I think that's absolutely the last thing you want to do. But at the same time, it is an issue. Like someone asked me about Forspoken recently, because Forspoken on Xbox PC Store is a version or two behind Forspoken on Steam. Now there ain't a lot of people playing Forspoken on Steam.
Ain't a lot of people playing Forspoken anywhere.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people playing Forspoken anywhere, but it's like, if I'm someone who is deciding whether to buy Forspoken on Steam or Xbox, or on the Microsoft Store, this is Forspoken's probably a bad example, but, there's other examples you can point to where it's like there's a version mismatch, some of Microsoft's own games have a version this mismatch across Steam and the Microsoft Store. I know for ages, I think it's been fixed now, but for years, Pillars of Eternity on the Microsoft Store was broken compared to the Steam version. There was this really annoying bug where 3D objects would get stuck on the screen and follow you to the next screen. So they'd be like, oh, I can't get into this path because there's a door from the previous screen that's loaded in on the next screen. I think they've fixed it now. But I bitched, before Obsidian hated me, I bitched to them about it directly. But this is the only way to solve this is to bring some kind of organic growth to the Microsoft Store and make developers excited about supporting the store rather than making them feel like it's a chore to support the store. Because clearly, a 12% cut, they think it's still not even worth bothering doing the port because of whatever policies Microsoft has in place. This is something I'm actually actively investigating. So if there's any developers listening to the show who want to reach out to me about the difficulties of bringing the game to the Microsoft Store on PC versus Steam, please reach out to me and help me form a informed opinion, and we can get it changed together.
Okay. We got iMike0. Happy January 87th. Writing in this week to have some fun. With the announcement of Triple H going into the WWE Hall of Fame for his career, I wanted to pose the question, what if there was an Xbox Hall of Fame? What are your choices? Here are the rules. You can only induct one person, but you also get to induct one game from each console generation. My picks, Jay Allard, responsible for Xbox to 360 and Xbox Live, Halo Combat Evolved Xbox, Mass Effect 1 360, Rise Son of Rome Xbox One, and Hellblade 2 Xbox Series. Cheers, and I don't care who wins this Rumble weekend as long as CM Punk gets tossed out. Oh, he's a CM Punk hater.
Oh damn, CM Punk here.
This is a fun one, Jez. So
Xbox Hall of Fame.
Who you voting into the Hall of Fame? You're gonna vote. I'll tell you who I would vote in. You ready?
Go on.
Peter Moore. Peter Moore, MVP. And my picks would be, well, since you already, well, I guess my picks would also be, I'll go different because this guy said Halo. I'll say Knights of the Republic on the Xbox. Does these have to be Xbox exclusives? I mean, I guess they are. So Xbox 360, I'll go Halo 3. Actually, so original Xbox, I'll go Halo 2. Xbox 360, I'll go Halo 3. I know that's like whatever, but okay. Xbox One, I would go Ori and the Will of the Wisps. And Xbox Series, I would go Indiana Jones. What do you got?
If I have to do exclusives, that's kind of tough. I'd vote for Quantum Break for Xbox One, I think.
Okay.
For Xbox Series, it's complicated because it's like, what is an exclusive now?
Just a game from first party. Just whether it's exclusive.
Game from first party?
Yeah.
It's too hard off the top of my head.
Okay.
But my pick for person, the first person that came into my head was Jörg Neumann.
Okay.
Jörg Neumann. Not a lot of people know who Jörg is, but he's kind of an unsung hero at Xbox. He's been there since like the early 2000s, and he's been a sort of producer behind the scenes. He's been there thick and thin through Xbox's best times, its worst times. Worked on pretty much all their games as a producer. He's a really cool dude, and some of you might know him now as the lead producer for Flight Simulator. So, I think he's awesome, and he's kind of like he's kind of one of those super reliable linchpins at Microsoft that I think he's kind of an unsung hero. So I think he'd be like a good person to induct into the Hall of Fame out of the gate. Yeah, that'd be my pick. I think for 360, I'd probably pick Gears of War. I think you'd have to pick that, right?
Okay, yeah, 360. You could pick that.
But for this gen, I don't know. What does even release this gen that I like? I can't remember. I'm a fraud, man. I don't play much first-party games. I don't really like Halo. I don't really like Forza. I don't really like any of the first-party games. Oh, man. I'm a fraud, man.
You are. I need to replace you on the
fraud.
podcast with somebody who actually plays games.
As well, World of Warcraft counts as first-party, right?
I mean, I suppose it counts now, doesn't it?
Yeah, World of Warcraft then. For every generation then.
All right, we have Sierra11 Kevin. Hi, Rand Jez. As always, appreciate you both. And a new, as always, a new Phantom Dust should be made as it would fit the live service game format. True or false? PlayStation and Nintendo need Xbox games on their respective platforms way more than Xbox needs PlayStation and or Nintendo games on the Xbox platform. I believe it is true. I also think there is a Nintendo superfan that listens to this Xbox podcast that must also think it's true. Oh, Mr. Donataku? One comment regarding a Halo discussion we had the other week about a remake of Halo 1. I don't think that would be the right approach by Microsoft. If their plan is to release Halo Master Chief Collection on other platforms, would they want to confuse a new audience with the revision of the story? I guess time will tell in the future direction. I would rather them tell an earlier story of Blue Team and the Covenant Wars. I mean, yeah, I would too. I'm not really a fan of the idea of remaking Halo 1 because I played Halo 1 a bunch. And you are right, like, if you're going to port Master Chief Collection to Switch and PlayStation, and then, like, the following year or 2 years later just release a Halo 1 remake, I mean...
No. This is going to happen, bro. It's going to be a remake of the original. Okay. They're going to make it more accessible to younger audiences, so reduce the violence. The Flood are going to be basically removed and replaced with robots.
Teddy bears?
Normal Flood. Yeah, robots that look a bit cute. And also, there's going to be a time-traveling story, similar to Final Fantasy VII Remake, where the Master Chief from the original game gets killed by the new Master Chief, who actually has no helmet and wears assless chaps to show off the master cheeks. Yep, that's what's happening, bro.
What do you think about his true or false question? PlayStation and Nintendo need Xbox games on their platforms way more than Xbox needs PlayStation or Nintendo games on their platform, on Xbox's platform. Is that true or false?
I think if we're counting things like Call of Duty, I think to find growth, probably, at least to some degree, I think they would find significant pain if those games were removed. But at the same time, they just would not be removed. Call of Duty is not going to be removed from PlayStation because its business model depends on PlayStation's install base. They kind of just really need each other at the end of the day.
Well, I mean, PlayStation did. I mean, they did say that they weren't going to be able to financially recover if. Well, that was their whole argument when Xbox was trying to acquire ABK, right?
Yeah, they were worried that Microsoft was going to run some shenanigans on Call of Duty, but so far it doesn't seem like they are going to do any shenanigans.
But just from that aspect, you would say that then that quote is true. You know, PlayStation needs Call of Duty more so than, like, you know, Xbox needs their games.
They need it more than Microsoft needs it, and Microsoft, you know, they ain't that bothered about. They're more concerned about AI and cloud and all that kind of shit right now. So yeah, maybe, like, in terms of Microsoft itself, I'd say PlayStation needs Microsoft more than the other way around right now. But in terms of Xbox, I think they both rely on each other quite equally. But it's an interesting hypothetical either way.
Okay, we got Silas. Hey mates, the Xbox 2 400th episode is looming. I mean, looming as in, like, what, 50 episodes away? So, like, a year? A year from now, basically. The podcast continues to grow. Randall Prediction is no longer blacklisted by Xbox, allowing Phil Spencer to grant an interview for episode 400. However, out of the mist and fog of the UK, an angry geriatric man arises from the ashes of a storied 30-year career at PlayStation. Jim Ryan, fuming at the gaming world, blaming him for the live service disaster, wants to set the record straight. Angry at PlayStation Nation for disavowing him, he turns to a fledgling Xbox podcast and offers to sit down for episode 400. His first interview since leaving PlayStation, and the only interview he will grant to discuss his time there. With visibility and Windows Central clicks dancing in the minds of Rand and Jez, do you bump Phil, who grants interviews more frequently, for a Jim Ryan exclusive, or stay loyal to one of the biggest third-party publishers in the world and throw your lying, crying dance move, Saving Private Ryan, to the curb as Sony did?
I would never take an interview with Jim Ryan over Phil.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be cool to talk to Jim Ryan and get his opinion on certain things, but if Phil's still going to be with Xbox in a year, I would have thought, and we can ask future-facing questions rather than questions that look to the past. At least that's my take. I don't know if Rand feels differently. I think the only person I'd probably want to speak to more than Phil on the podcast in terms of looking backwards is Satya Nadella. So I can sit him there and say, what do you have to say for yourself? Killing my phone, Satya. What do you have to say for yourself? But nah, I don't think so personally. I don't know if Rand feels differently.
I would take the Phil interview over Jim. 100%. I'd boot Jim to the curb.
We can go dance.
Well. Yeah.
Dance in the curb.
I don't know. I'm not saying I wouldn't have anything to say to Jim, but I just, I have more to say to Phil and talk to Phil about Xbox than I feel like Jim would be a better guest for a PlayStation-centric podcast. But
Symbols.
I mean, there really aren't any PlayStation-centric podcasts. They're all just Xbox-adjacent podcasts now. And have been for a long time.
You're really going to do Colin like that?
I mean, you listen to this week's episode. I bet you Colin talks a lot about Xbox.
Maybe.
I bet you he does.
Nice. Yeah, maybe. I guess.
Mark Michaels with $4.99 says, you keep saying vote with your wallets. You know that won't change everything for the better. It will just endanger all the studios Microsoft has under one roof. Well, I mean, here's the thing. As a consumer, you only have one way to get your feelings across, and that's with the wallet. So that's like, as a consumer, that's the only power you have, is these corporations and everybody, they want you to buy their product. To them, you are nothing but a dollar sign. Like, individuals at the company may be friends with you, but the corporation just views you as, like, they want to put their vacuum into your wallet and just suck up as much money as they can. You're a walking ATM you're walking ATM machine in their view. So the only power you truly have is where you spend your money. So, yeah, you vote with your wallet. Like, but it all comes down, is a couple people doing that and moving off the Xbox platform going to shift anything? No, because there might be more people coming in. That's the only way consumers can make, outside of like an organized boycott, like everybody getting together and just boycotting it. And, that's basically all the power us consumers have.
We have no power.
And, I mean, yeah, I get like, it'll endanger all the studios Microsoft has under one roof. I mean, but that's part of the whole thing of, hey, they're selling their games to a bigger audience now. I mean, it's on Switch, it's on PlayStation, it's on PC. So, even imagine a scenario where, like, I left. So now I'm on PC, right? Let's say I'd moved to PC. But I want to buy Doom. I got to buy Doom now. I'm still supporting Xbox because I'm just spending my money in a different place and it's still going to go to them. I want to play Fable. Okay, well, I mean, I got to buy it. Or maybe I subscribe to Game Pass and I'm still their customer. So regardless of the fact, like, maybe I don't buy the hardware, but if I'm still subscribed to Game Pass on PC or I'm still buying their games on Steam, I mean, Microsoft's still getting my money from that. So, I mean, I don't know what else, like, you're supposed to do as a consumer. If it harms them, it harms them. I mean, it's like, okay, well, what other option do you have? Is it just like, don't worry about everything, just consume and give us money simply because that's just the way we want it to be? Fuck that. You know?
Have you ever boycotted a company around? I suppose I didn't watch WWE for years just because I thought it was lame.
I mean,
but then again, I don't really.
You
don't really buy WWE. You just kind of watch it through your.
I don't think I've ever actually like boycotted a company. I'm like, yeah, there were times where I didn't watch WWE, but it wasn't because I was boycotting Vince McMahon. It was just because it was trash. I'm not going to waste my time. I don't think there's ever been a scenario where I'm like, I'm not buying this product, and this is something I used to buy. It was either because I stopped using it because it was no longer a good product, but never like they've said something on social media or they changed something, so I'm no longer going to use it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've seen a lot of people. I don't know if you saw today, but the Sandman season 2 was announced by Netflix today, and it's also announced as like the final season.
Ooh.
But a lot of people are saying they're not going to watch it because Netflix has cut ties with Neil Gaiman because of all the stuff that's going on with him. And there's people being like, I'm not watching the show, I'm boycotting the show.
Yeah.
You know, all that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
I know, maybe I don't watch The Sandman season 2 when it comes out this year. I don't know if there's necessarily be a boycott because of Neil Gaiman or just because I'm not interested in watching it. But maybe my interest in not watching it is tied up with Neil Gaiman. I don't know.
I'm boycotting Kit Kat because they've changed the recipe. And it's not as tasty as it used to be, bro.
We got Sith Banks 87. Hello, gentlemen. The time has come. Who are each of your picks for the Royal Rumble tomorrow? Me, I'm going with Punk and Io Sky. I think we both. Earlier, we said that earlier. I went with CM Punk and Bianca. And I think
Bianca, yeah.
Who'd you go with? You went with Punk and
Bianca as well. Those were literally my picks.
Okay.
I was talking to my girlfriend about it. Punk and Bianca, yeah.
All right. We got good old Collinwood. Where I am sitting, it's already February, so happy February, Rand Jez. An idea for Xbox 2+1. PlayStation YouTube content creator Mystic to talk about the synergy between PlayStation and Xbox. He recently put out a video about the future of the Xbox platform, and I felt he was rather skeptical about it. I can see a mature discussion between you all without the console war bulldust. Yeah, that's something we could probably... Yeah, I don't know Mystic. I've never spoken to him, and I doubt he knows who we are, so that'll be something we'll have to like reach out. I want to get Destin on, but maybe Destin is just like, hey, I'm big time now because I got Phil. Who needs Randall Thor 19 and Jez Corden, you know?
Yeah, we chop liver, bro.
Yeah. Omen says, I was listening to an interesting conversation by some journalists who were talking about how they have never touched the Xbox app on PC because 99% of the games are available on Steam, especially since all their review codes are on Steam. Do you think Microsoft is losing serious journalist mindshare by only providing review codes via Steam? I feel like a lot of the people with complaints about the Xbox app are from journalists who never touch it anyways. Well,
see, this is funny, right? And this goes back to what I was saying earlier about Microsoft needs to improve its platform to deliver organic growth. One of the problems with the Xbox platform on PC is the inability to really offer branches of games. So like on Steam, when it comes to review codes, the developer can push a review branch of a game to a journalist or a content creator, and then they can control the updates to that branch of the game. You can't do anything like that, even on Xbox, you know? So to do something similar on Xbox, you have to like set up the game through the Xbox Insider app, and then you have to provide your serial number to Microsoft, and they have to whitelist your console against that. It's a pain in the ass, right? Whereas like on Steam, they can just distribute codes to review builds of games, which makes it easy for the devs and easier for the reviewers as well. So I'm sure Microsoft's mentality is like, oh, who cares about reviews, right? But it's these kind of things that sort of makes it more difficult for everyone involved, whether you're a developer, a creator or a potential customer. So I think I do think Microsoft's losing mindshare, not just for customers, but I think more about it in terms of developers. Like all the tools that developers have for sharing their games, working with their communities, building a community on Steam are just so much better on Steam than they are on the Xbox store. And it's the kind of development that I'd love to see Microsoft double down on for PC, but it's something I want to write about, and I'm going to put it in my to-do list, actually. Microsoft To Do is a good app, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously, like when you play on a platform, like when they ask you for, where do you want to review this at? They ask you like, where are you going to play? And for a lot of people, it'll be PC, so they'll give you the Steam code. It'd be interesting to see how it's handled with Doom Eternal, because like right now or up to now, it's like you could ask for a Steam code, or you get it through the Xbox, and then once you have it through the Xbox, you'd also have it through the Windows app, right? Because of the whole Play Anywhere thing. So basically, you have the Xbox console version plus the Windows or the Xbox app version on the Windows. And with Doom Eternal coming out, and that's day one everywhere. I wonder how that's going to be like handled. So it's like you're just going to have to ask like, how do you want it on PlayStation? Do you want it on Steam? Do you want Steam and PlayStation? Do you want Xbox and Steam, or do you want I wonder how the codes will be, distributed that way. But I also feel like, I don't know if I was just told this about like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Review codes went out a month before the game came out, which is really unheard of in the industry. Like a review code's out a month early.
Not often you get that. Not often you get that.
But the only codes that were available were Steam and PlayStation 5. At a month out. I don't know if when the Xbox version was ready for review, but that's because like PlayStation also has a swifter thing. So I sort of wonder with Doom, like you said, like it's easier on Steam, but it also seems like it's just easier also to get up on PlayStation. So I sort of wonder if they'll be like, hey, where do you guys want to play? If Xbox will come to people and be like, you can play this now on PC or Steam, or you can play this in a week on Xbox. Where do you want to review this at? And most people will be like, I'll play it where I want to play it now, and I'll play it there. I've had cases like that in the past, not with Xbox, but with other games I was trying to get copies for, where it was like, oh, we can offer you on PC and PlayStation today, but you're going to have to wait for the Xbox version closer to launch. And it's like, oh, so that is a thing that happens. And I'm very curious to see, with Xbox going multi-platform day one everywhere, then adding Switch on top of it, like how uniform are the review copies going to be? Is everyone just going to get them the same day? Or are like the PC and PlayStation versions be available earlier? I don't know. It's kind of tricky, isn't it? Or I don't know. How do you think that plays out, Jez?
I have literally no idea.
Okay. Great discussion you're having here on a podcast. No idea.
Well, it just goes back to all the weird issues that Xbox has with certifying games and the systems they have in place and all that kind of shit, right?
Right.
I'm talking about Kingdom Come Deliverance distributing.
That's just like I know, I'm just saying, but that's something that's happened recently, but I've had instances in the past where it was like, you can get a review code for this platform and this platform now, but you have to wait for the other platform later, and it's like,
Yeah, it's just because the builds they have available, like, some games have patches distributed simultaneously. Like, one reason I heard Fallout 76, for example, doesn't have cross-play is because the code bases for the console versions and the PC versions are so divergent now that they can't retroactively fit cross-play into the game. without a significant code refactor. Something on the level of the Bedrock edition for Minecraft. But that's Minecraft. This isn't Fallout 76, which I would expect has spaghetti code on the back end, because it was built on an engine that was not designed for multiplayer in the first place anyway, you know. So Microsoft needs to get better at some of this stuff, and it's on Microsoft to fix it, you know. There's just so many different ways you can build a game.
Yeah. We have Nerds and Other Legends. 2 questions. If you were to create an objective assessment of the Xbox brand, what do you think the sentiment is among consumers? To me, it feels like it's becoming a brand like Microsoft. Not loved, but tolerated because of what it used to be. Second question, Rand, you should read any of the Halo books. There's like 30 of them, and I'm wondering if I should go down that rabbit hole. I mean, I've thought about it, but I got so many books to read right now, and I'm not really being like, let me just start another series that has 30 books. You know what I mean? Like, I literally just read the Dresden Files, which is 17 books. And it took me like 2 years, because I would read 1 book a month. Because I didn't want to read like back to back to back. So I was like, I'm going to read 1 Dresden book a month. And I think there was a couple months in there where I didn't read something. And it still took me almost 2 years to finish. So it's like, at this point, I'm like, 30 books, it seems like way too much, because I'm the type of person who would want to read all of them. You know, I don't know. I haven't read any. I know there's a few that are supposed to be really good, and I don't think I ever will. My book backlog is bigger than my game backlog. So, yeah. As for your other question, the assessment of the Xbox brand, I think online, I mean, the assessment is, look, you're going to have people that think this is for the best, and this is the way Xbox is going to grow, and they might be right. And there's others that really are fed up with Xbox and don't like what they're doing, and they're going to say Xbox is dead. It's like the whole Xbox is dead, Xbox is live thing. But I mean, it's also just Twitter conversations and social media. Does that reflect in the real world with real consumers who may not be as plugged in on this stuff? I don't know. I do feel like Microsoft isn't really a liked company. People don't trust
That's
Microsoft. I don't think people trust Microsoft.
I think you say that, but Microsoft, like, I've read somewhere that they're one of the most globally trusted brands. And I think some of that might be coming over from the business side of it. Most trusted brands 2024. I'm sure I read that Microsoft was one of the most trusted brands. So here are the most trusted brands in the world. The top 10, according to Infegi, with they've got a huge sample size here. According to a recent study measuring brand trust, Amazon is the first on the list of the most trusted brands. Can you guess where Microsoft is in this list?
It's not on the list, bro.
6th.
Okay.
6th above Samsung, and Sony's 8th. Honda is 9th. BMW is 10th. Intel is 5th for some reason. PayPal is 4th. Nintendo is 3rd. Netflix is 2. And that's a study from Infegi, who are a consumer intelligence and social platform in the United States. So every time I see these most trusted brands lists, Microsoft's on there somewhere. And I think it's not necessarily because of Xbox. It's going to be because of Office, I suppose, and things like that. They aren't, however, and this is in a UK government poll, actually. So this is a government thing. Well, actually, it isn't. YouGov isn't a government thing, but they're sort of YouGov is a big brand index analysis firm in the UK.
There's another plane crash. Jesus.
Wait, what?
No, I just seen on Twitter that there's another plane crash in the US, I think.
Oh god.
Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. Another crash. That's like 2 in 2 days or 2 in 3 days.
Yeah, after 30 years of no crashes.
Well, I mean, yeah. I don't know.
Not seeing anything on the news right now.
It's possible the assessment of the Xbox brand might increase with more people getting access to their games. Like, there's people on PlayStation or Nintendo that start playing the games that Xbox has and the future games and might think like, man, Xbox makes great stuff. And the assessment, I think, because right now a lot of people view it as the assessment of like the hardware and what's going on with that versus the games.
This was a light aircraft, by the way.
Okay.
6 people in it. It wasn't a passenger liner.
So it's certainly possible that if Xbox, puts out great content, that a lot of the people on the other platforms might be like, man, Xbox makes some bangers and they're putting out good content. And, that would increase people being like, hey, Xbox is pretty good now. I mean, that's like a good case scenario. We'll see if that happens with all that stuff. Sick and Tired says, hi blokes. My belief is that Microsoft has decided to kill the console, but will do it slowly like they are doing with the Surface. They know if they come out and say they are getting out of hardware, it will cause massive backlash, hurt the share price, etc. It won't hurt the share price. But yeah, it's like when you want to break up with someone, but you don't want that ugly conflict, you start to distance yourself. You don't ring them as much, and they hope they get the hint. Well, okay, here's what I'll say. You're eventually going to be right about that, about them not doing hardware. But you won't be right about it now or within the next 10 years. So, like, you can say, oh, well, they want to get out of it slowly and stuff. Yeah. Potentially. But there is a new console and their own handheld coming in a couple years. Whether or not a generation happens after that, like this upcoming generation is going to be Gen 10, whether or not there's going to be a Gen 11 console and stuff, I mean, we're also talking at that point, what, 2035? I couldn't tell you. But like right now, for the next, good bit, there's going to be hardware to buy. Whether you want to buy it is a decision you'll have to make yourself if you think there's any worth to it. But this idea of like they're going to kill the console but slowly, well, it's like, okay, another generation, if you say like we're going to get another generation of hardware, is that killing it slowly? I don't know. I mean, at some point there's probably not going to be any hardware. Like you get into 2040s, is there going to be hardware anymore, or are the TVs going to be able to run this stuff?
Will TVs exist?
Or we're going to just everything plugged into the Matrix and playing games like it's Ready Player One or something.
Yeah, you can't worry about things that are 10 years away because technology could be completely different in 10 years. Maybe TVs don't exist. Maybe phones don't exist. Maybe there's some kind of new brain sticker you can stick on your head and beam the game straight into your brain. Something like that. I think it's only worth concerning yourself with the immediate future, and I don't think there's even a view that Xbox shuts down its storefront endpoint in even a foreseeable future. I think like at the very least you can expect Microsoft to work out some way to bring those games to Windows and protect your investment. And if not, then they'll have to refund people to the tune of, billions of dollars, which I don't think they're going to want to do. So for my money, I would still rather be putting my money on the Microsoft Store because they're the ones who have shown willing to invest in backwards compatibility. And it's kind of crazy to me that I can own a digital version of a 360 or an original Xbox game and have it still run on my Xbox. And in some cases, run on my PC as well, because it's got, UWP containers or whatever. So, I ain't worried, but you have to decide for yourself if you're worried and if you really want to live in that world. I'm just as confident that Xbox is going to have a software endpoint store future as Sony is. I don't see I don't see any reason why the Microsoft Xbox store will shut down any sooner than Sony's will. I don't see why that would happen. It would take some kind of technological upheaval for them to want to abandon all of that. And if there was some kind of technological upheaval on that level, it would affect Sony as well. So I think if Microsoft stops making hardware, it's because everything will have shifted to cloud. And Microsoft is the cloud company, So I ain't worried.
Years of lurking with the two says Phil's doublespeak annoys me. Xbox platform is dead.
Yep. You have to decide for yourself what you think, and I don't think it's dead, but plenty of people seem to think that.
Yeah. No, I mean, as I stated earlier in the show, I mean, people are going to look at Phil and the things he said in the past that no longer hold true, and they're going to hold him to it. Be like, well, you said this. Sometimes it seems like you change the game plan like a girl changes their makeup. You know what I mean? So why should we trust what you're saying right now when we clearly couldn't trust the things you've said in the previous years? And that's a valid argument to make. I mean, you could say, well, actually, no, it's not, because business realities change. And, like, yeah, they absolutely do change. And reasonable people will know, like, why they're doing what they're doing now, and that things changed, and what they were doing back then, was different. Like, business realities aren't the same anymore. So people are going to be like, I don't trust a word they say. And all right, yeah, cool. Is the Xbox platform dead? I mean, I guess it's, you mean the console's dead? Do you mean like that there's going to be no more games? You know what I mean? Like, all that stuff is just going to die? I mean, I don't know. I know you're just being
it's
like,
dead and it's alive every week.
It's dead, it's alive. It's dead, it's alive. It's gone, it's here.
Schrodinger's Xbox.
So, moving on.
We had some of these discussions when Microsoft put Quantum Break on PC.
Yeah, there were some people really upset with that. We got Rave Damos and Rand. It seems reasonable that by Xbox putting its games on PlayStation, it will encroach on some PlayStation games. For example, playing Forza on PlayStation could displace playtime and sales of Gran Turismo. If Xbox games started to negatively impact similar PlayStation games, which one Xbox game could have the largest impact and possibly cause PlayStation to react? Happy Friday, gents. Traveling to London, Dublin, and Frankfurt over the couple weeks. Plan to listen to this podcast as an entertainment along the way. Well, have a good trip.
Nice.
I think the ones that mostly compete with each other would be Forza and Gran Turismo. I mean, because Call of Duty's always been there. I mean, you can say Doom's always been there as like multi-platform games. So like the Bethesda stuff is kind of just, they've just been there. So it would be no different than any other third-party release. But Forza would be, Gears. I don't know what Gears would really take away from. PlayStation doesn't really make shooters.
None of those are service games.
Yeah.
It's the thing. Like, PlayStation doesn't really have service games. They rely on third parties to deliver their service games. The only one they've got really is Helldivers, and Helldivers isn't like Helldivers is very generous with its monetization. It's not like the ridiculously priced skins you see in Diablo and Call of Duty. I think Helldivers is a lot more generous with its fan base. So I'm sure they're making good money with Helldivers, but it's not like a zeitgeist buster like Call of Duty or Fortnite is. So I don't think anything really except for Forza, Now, I suppose the question would be, would Forza Motorsport 2, if they're going to do another one, is that going to go head to head with Gran Turismo,
Because they are the sort of doing a Forza Motorsport. Well, that's the thing, is like, do you think they bring over Forza Motorsport? Or, because Phil did mention that they're games they won't bring over, right? Like games that are already released. Just because.
Games that are already released or just not big money makers.
Yeah, like, so it's like Forza Motorsport, do you even bother?
I don't think they'll bother. Is Forza Motorsport even still alive?
I mean, I'm sure people play it, but I don't know how many people. But it's like one of those things. Like,
I never hear anyone talking about.
Do you even bother? Do you bother to put it on PlayStation only to get maybe, outplayed by Gran Turismo? Like, yeah, the only ones that would really compete are Forza and Gran Turismo, or Forza Horizon and Turismo, just because they're both racing games. But even still, like, Gran Turismo's been out for a couple years now. Yeah. And Forza's coming now, so I don't really see it taking away from Gran Turismo's sales, because I don't think anybody's really buying Gran Turismo now. It might take away from the playtime, because somebody who plays Gran Turismo might be interested to play Forza Horizon, so it could take away playtime. What would be interesting if you released a Forza Horizon 6, and then like Gran Turismo was also racing around that time frame. Then you could really gauge that. But other Xbox franchises, I mean, Gears, I'm not sure what the counterpart to Gears would. I mean, a lot of PlayStation's games are just, for lack of a better term, one and done. So you play them once and then that's it. So there's not a continuous, I need to keep on loading this game up. It's like, all right, I finished my playthrough of Ghost of Yotai, on to the next game, or I finished my playthrough of Astrobot. Yeah. So, gamer by choice, member for 61 months. The people saying Phil lied seem to not know how business works. Today's plans may be different than previous plans, and tomorrow's plans may change too. That's true, but, that's how people feel. They'll just look at the quotes and be like, well, you said this then and this now, so how can I trust you? You lied. No? Lee Sanders says, if you were able to have Phil on, what question would you most like to ask him? I think there are many obvious ones that get asked all the time, but what would you like to ask? Jez, do you have any burning questions?
Honestly, I'm terrible at interviews. Like, if I ever did get Phil, I'd be like on to interview in a sort of on comms, I'd be like, I need Rand there. So Rand,
you need me there?
Yeah, I need Rand there, because you're actually the kind of person who would know what to ask. Because I'd want to ask selfish questions, Rand.
Yeah. What would you ask him about World of Warcraft?
I'd want to ask him. No, I'd want to ask him, where's all the games I want? Where's Monster Hunter Stories? No one else is interested in that. Where's, the Final Fantasy games? What are you doing about Black Myth Wukong? All that kind of stuff. But those are kind of obvious questions, and he wants to know what is a less obvious question you want to ask. Is there anything creative you can think of, Ran?
I mean, I haven't really thought about anything, so off the top of my head, I don't really have anything prepared. Maybe I would ask about, like, see, the thing is, like, I don't know what they could talk about, because I would ask about the idea of,
I think one thing I would ask him, and I can't remember if you brought this up on Xbox 2, like, Ultimate this week, but one thing I'd want him to address personally is, you said Sony would use the money they made from Xbox games to harm Xbox customers by buying up exclusivity deals.
Yeah.
Now
you're releasing more games there, so
yeah, you are kind of turbocharging that. So what do you said that under oath? How would you respond to that? That you're turbocharging the amount of money that Sony has by supporting them with games like Doom and whatever. You know?
Like, is there anything?
I would love to.
Would you be okay? I don't know how I would phrase it, but it'd be like, would you be? So then, are you okay with Sony taking the money from the games you put on there to harm Xbox customers? I don't know how I could phrase it any differently. I would probably come up with a different way to say it, but I'd be like, I mean, you said this under oath, and it's like, you don't. That's one of the reasons you don't want to support it, and I understand, like, things change, but as someone who's, like, on the console and plays Xbox, it's not, when a game skips or a game gets delayed, for a long time because Sony's using the money that you gave them. It hurts me. So it's like, are there any plans you're going to put in place to prevent those sort of things? You know, like even with like my concern about, hey, you know, is there anything you're doing to make sure that developers are always excited about putting games on your platform despite maybe lower sales for the next hardware? You know, like, how are you going to continue to make developers excited about releasing games on the Xbox platform? I think would be a question I would ask. Frame it in some way.
So I know what he'd reply to that is we need to link it to Windows.
Probably. I'd probably also bring up like the whole, what's this whole thing about another storefront? How does that work out? What benefits do you get out of it? You know what I mean? Because I'd be curious about the answer to that. Like, what do we get out of it? I'm sure.
Yeah, I get you.
I'm sure I would have something, you know, to say about like games in general. Maybe I would ask something about Game Pass. I don't know. I'd have to like really think about it, but just off the top of my head, I think those are some of the thoughts I have. Years of Lurking with the 5 says,
where's Gears Tactics 2? That's what I'd ask you.
Gears Tactics. He says, no one wants to hear about plans change when you spend $500 on a consumer product. You could have just bought a PS5 and got the same games from Xbox. There you go. I mean, yeah. And a lot of people don't want to hear it. They may deep down know plans change, but be like, hey, when you sold me this console in 2020, this was the plan, and it's no longer the plan, so I feel like I've been swindled. I've seen people say that. You know? And then they'll be gaslight by other individuals being like, you're just a console warrior. You're upset that other people play your games? It's like, no, motherfucker, I'm not upset about other people playing the games. That has nothing to do with any of this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hate that, man.
It's annoying. Make it simple with the $4.99 says, remember Insomniac said Spider-Man is a PlayStation exclusive and will never be ported, but business plans change. Yeah, they did say that. They literally have a tweet saying, someone asked if it'll come to PC, and they said never. It's a permanent PlayStation exclusive. Well,
yeah,
should change.
Is anyone accusing them of lying?
Oh yeah, there were plenty of PlayStation fans upset with that. Called them out on that stuff because that's like a definitive never. They will never come to PC. There's not even wiggle room. It's just like, yeah, you know. I mean, it's, you know, yeah. Phil also said VR was coming to Xbox. Does anybody really hold that against them? Some people do. Yeah. Like, hey, remember when they unveiled Scorpio and how it was going to play premium VR experiences? And then they never talked about VR ever again.
Does anyone talk about VR?
Nobody talks about VR. Even Yoshida didn't want to talk about VR when he was interviewed on Kinda Funny. He's like, yeah, screw this. Yeah. Nobody cares about VR right now. Sony probably does. You know what's funny is Sony's not going to probably do a PSVR 3 and then watch VR start taking off. Like as soon as they get out of it, watch VR start taking off in the casual sector because somebody makes like a VR unit that's a pair of glasses that's wireless or something, and it's like you no longer got to put a stupid looking thing on your face. You know?
KHS in chat says only Connect 3 can save Xbox. I agree.
Connect 3.
You want to hear something funny about Connect?
What?
My local airport uses Connect as security cameras.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen pictures of like doctors' offices using it for stuff or security using it, but
I've still got mine, and I was looking on eBay, and I was like, how much can I sell this for? They sell for like $20. Nobody wants them.
Nobody wants them. But anyways, we're well over 4 hours. We've come to the end of the show. We've talked about all the things we wanted to talk about. So we thank you for hanging out with us. We appreciate all the support, super chats, lurkers, commenters, patrons. We love you all. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you want to support us on Patreon, you can do so at patreon.com/XB2. Maybe we'll have something this Tuesday. We'll have to see if we can get anybody for Xbox 2+1. So stay on the lookout for that. And then if not, we'll be back in a week I'm going to continue to play Avowed. Jez will continue to play Final Fantasy.
I sure will.
And since Xbox was alive last week and dead this week, maybe Xbox will be alive next week.
Yeah, we'll see.
But until then, keep it gaming, guys. Have a great weekend. See you next week.
Rock and roll, baby.
Later.